Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Brick Township Council. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk.
Adequate notice of this meeting was provided and published in the Asbury Park Press and the Ocean Star on February 8, 2019. Copies of the agenda were provided to the newspaper, posted on public bulletin boards, and the Township website.
Thank you. At this time, please silence or turn off your cell phones. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Here.
Councilwoman Ponterero. Councilwoman DeYoung. Here. Councilman Mumolo.
Here.
Councilman Halloran.
Here.
Vice President Crate.
Here.
President Zapsik.
Here.
Thank you.
And everyone who is not currently standing, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A moment of silence, please. Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the April 30th meeting.
Motion. Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Crate, second by Councilman Mumolo. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
You have a number of presentations this evening, hence the crowd. We're going to move through them one at a time. So at this time, I would like to call up Mayor Ducey and Chief Riccio for our police promotions and swearing in.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're here for the purpose of swearing in 2 new officers and promoting 3. The 3 officers which are being promoted are the result of 3 retirements. I'd like to acknowledge the retirees, Lieutenant Robert Hine, who couldn't be with us tonight, Lieutenant Michael Zalizzi, and the most recent Sergeant Art Rivaldo, who I believe is here, correct? Art? Yep. So I wish you all the best. All right, there's a few of them to go through, so I'm not going to sit here and give a long speech. I'm sure you'll all be happy about that. But I need to first thank, as always, the mayor, the business administrator, and all the members of the council who continually make sure that our department has the right tools and the right amount of personnel to do the job adequately. So as I call your names up, we're going to start with the 2 hirees. Feel free to bring up your families with you to be up here with you. The first is Eric Talty, badge number 303. I forgot the Talties are a very big family. Probably should have started at 6. Patrolman Eric Talty, badge 303, is a 2009 graduate of Brick Memorial High School and obtained his associate's degree in business from Ocean County College. Eric graduated from the Ocean County Police Academy Special 1 Academy and started his law enforcement career in May of 2013 as a Special 1 with the Point Pleasant Beach Police Department. In May of 2014, Eric graduated from the Ocean County Police Academy Special 2 class while continuing to work for the Point Pleasant Beach Police Department. In March of 2015, Eric was hired by the Ocean Gate Police Department and attended the Ocean County Police Academy waiver class, obtaining his full police certification. Eric is the son of retired Sergeant Talty, badge number 112. Eric is here tonight with his father, John, his mother, Linda, and brothers, Gary and Kevin. Eric will begin the field training program immediately.
solemnly swear that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office of police officer according to the best of my ability, and that I solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and in this state under the authority of the people, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next is Patrolman Ryan Marmer, badge number 304. Okay, I can't talk tonight. Patrolman Ryan Marmer, badge 304, is a 2015 graduate of Howell High School and a graduate of the Ocean County Police Academy Special 1 class. Ryan started his law enforcement career as a Special 1 with the Bayhead Police Department. In 2017, Ryan graduated from the Ocean County Police Academy Special 2 Academy, also for the Bayhead Police Department. Ryan has worked full-time as a Special 2 for the Bayhead Police Department since his graduation from the Academy in May of 2017. Ryan will need to attend the Ocean County Police Academy waiver class to obtain his full certification. Ryan is a nephew of Brick Detective Mark Byrne, badge number 177. Ryan is here today with his father, Gary, mother, Lori, sister, Jordan, and brother, Logan.
I, Ryan A. Mark, solemnly swear that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all duties of the office of police officer according to the best of my ability. And that solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the
Okay, next is our promotions. First will be Sergeant John Gordon, badge 237. Sergeant John Gordon, 237, is a 1998 Moorestown High School graduate. Sergeant Gordon served in the United States Marine Corps and completed one tour in Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom II. John was hired by our department December 18th of 2007 and graduated from the Ocean County Police Academy municipal class. Since John was hired, he has been assigned to the Patrol Division and has been a member of the CERT team since 2011. From February of this year until present, John has filled in as an acting sergeant on the midnight shift. Sergeant Gordon is the recipient of several awards, including the Honorable Service Award, Grand Cordon Award, Meritorious Service, and Hurricane Sandy Service Award. John is married to his wife Dawn and has 3 children, Gia, Daniela, and Nina. Sergeant Gordon will be assigned to the midnight shift, B-side, Squad G, as a patrol supervisor. Okay, next, Sergeant Anthony DeMeo, badge 194. Okay, Sergeant Anthony DeMeo, badge 194, is a 1986 graduate of Brick Township High School and holds an associate's degree from Ocean County College. Anthony was hired by our department August 20th of 2001 and graduated from the Ocean County Police Academy January of 2002. From 2002 till present, Sergeant DeMeo has worked in the Patrol Division. From February of 2019 till today, Sergeant DeMeo is filled in as an acting sergeant on the day shift. Anthony is the recipient of the Meritorious Service Award, Life Saving Award, and several chief certificates and letters of commendation. Anthony is married to his wife Mary and has 4 children, Anthony Jr., Gianna, Nico, and Sophia. Sergeant DeMeo will be assigned to the day shift A-side, Squad C, as a patrol supervisor.
I, Anthony DeMeo, swear that I will faithfully, To the best of my ability. That I solemnly swear. That I will support. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of New Jersey. And that I will bear faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and in the state and the authority of the people. So help me God.
Couple of you over on this side.
And finally, Sergeant Joseph Rossi, badge 240. Sergeant Joseph Rossi, badge 240, graduated Brick Memorial High School in 2002. Sergeant Rossi started his law enforcement career as a Special 2 officer with the Point Pleasant Beach Police Department in December of 2006 and graduated the Ocean County Police Academy basic class in May of 2007. Joe was hired by the Brick Police Department December 18th of 2007. During his career with our department, Sergeant Rossi has served as a member of the CERT Team, Honor Guard, Marine Unit, and Motorcycle Unit. In April of 2019 to May of 2019, Joe filled in as an acting sergeant on the day shift. Sergeant Rossi is a past treasurer of PBA 230 and has chaired the PBA 230 Toys for Tots Committee. Joe is the recipient of a number of awards, which include 2016 Patrolman of the Year, Honorable Service Award, multiple Grand Cordon Awards, multiple Meritorious Service Awards, and a Life Saving Award, and also is a recipient of the Hurricane Sandy Service Award. Sergeant Rossi was also recognized in 2017 by the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office for deploying to Puerto Rico to assist following Hurricane Maria. Joe is married to his wife Christine and has 3 children, Mia, Ava, and Luca. Sergeant Rossi will be assigned to day shift A-side Squad D as a patrol supervisor.
That I solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and in the state under the authority of the people.
Okay, so that concludes our ceremony. I would like to thank you all for being here and also congratulate our new recruits and our 3 new sergeants. Have a good night.
Thank you, Chief. We're going to move on to the Historic Preservation Award. Those who would like to exit, we ask that you use the exit door at the rear of the courtroom, not the one that you came in.
Hi. Here, put it right on the back of my chair, Sarah. Okay. You're trying to go to the back.
Want to kind of, we'll have this.
And you try and go to the back.
Yeah, come up here.
Are you Mike? Hi.
Everybody from Cedar Point?
If you want to, yeah.
I think it is cooling off a little bit. It's cooling off a little bit now that all these people feel better. I think they brought some people. Yeah.
There's pictures. Good?
We're good.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Christine Sheets. I am the chairperson of the Brick Township Historic Preservation Commission. Each year, the Brick Township Historic Preservation honors a structure in Brick Township that's remained true to its original construction. Tonight, on behalf of my fellow commissioners, I'm presenting the 2019 Historic Preservation Award to the Cedarcroft Club, Inc. It's the association that operates the Cedarcroft Clubhouse. We have Mike Nolan, Cedarcroft Club president, along with many other officers and community members here with us tonight. The Cedarcroft Clubhouse is located at 347 Cedarcroft Drive along the beautiful Metedeconk shoreline. The site was selected by the Cedarcroft community founding members to protect it from development and provide a scenic waterfront location for future use. The clubhouse was designed by Joseph Jomo, one of the original Cedarcroft homeowners. It's built in a rustic log cabin style so that it would blend in with the other homes in Cedarcroft. It's approximately 70 years old and consists of a meeting room with a fieldstone fireplace and a beautiful view of the Metedeconk River. Due to the dedication of the Cedarcroft Club, this small oasis provides a beautiful meeting location as well as access to a gated beach and newly restored marina for its members for future years to come. We thank the Cedarcroft Club for the preservation of their clubhouse, and in recognition of their efforts, present them with the 2019 Historic Preservation Award. Thank you.
On behalf of Cedar Croft Club and our entire community, I want to just take a moment and thank the Historical Preservation Society for this award. This is a true community award. You said the organization has been around since around 1940. Our clubhouse was built in the early 50s, and it is a beautiful place along the banks of the Metedeconk River that we put our heart and soul into. It's a wonderful place, our little slice of brick along the banks of the Metedeconk. So thank you very much for the award and recognizing all the hard work from our community.
We're now going to recognize our Students of the Month. Would Council Vice President Crate join the Mayor at the podium, please?
They're a rowdy bunch out there in the hallway.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out. Each month, the Mayor and Council likes to take a moment to congratulate the Students of the Month for both Brick Township High School and Brick Memorial, and show our appreciation for all the hard work that they've done in their respective grades. So for Brick Township High School, we have for grade 10, Sabrina Hawk and James Bixaman. And for grade 12, we have Haley Saltman and Jada Lopez.
And I just want to say, so earlier today, Brick Township High School had this great Memorial Day ceremony where they honor the students who are going to join the military upon their graduation from Brick Township High School. And Jada Lopez is going to VMI for ROTC program, followed by the Air Force. So congratulations, Jada.
For Brick Memorial High School, we have grade 9, Olivia Holtz and Tess Witter. For grade 10, we have David McCarlin and Devin Young. Grade 11, we have Brianna McBride and James Thornley. And for grade 12, we have Samantha Lepresti and Tyler Sindel.
Mayor and Council Vice President Crate, if you will stay up there, we're going to recognize the Brick Township School District Teacher of the Year, Kelly Sorbonne.
The Township of Brick is fortunate to have many fine, outstanding individuals who are dedicated to the education of our young residents. One such educator is Kelly Sorbonne, a 7th grade math and science teacher at Lake Riviera Middle School, who has been selected as Brick Township's 2019 Teacher of the Year. Mrs. Sorbonne received her Bachelor's of Science degree from Kutztown University, where she majored in elementary education and minored in psychology. Since she was a little girl, she always wanted to be a teacher and would only purchase the teacher's edition books at her school's annual book fairs. As Mrs. Sorbonne's love of teaching continued to grow, it developed into a revolutionary environment of positive learning that has permeated throughout the school and beyond. She has shared those teaching methods with other teachers and administrators and has given a presentation to the Ocean County Superintendent. Mrs. Sorbonne sums up her teaching philosophy on the acronym TIME: teach, inspire, motivate, and empower. And she tries to instill in her students a lifelong love of learning. Being a highly passionate educator who believes in her students, Mrs. Sorbonne challenges them to set their own goals and become in charge of their learning experience. Mrs. Sorbonne has made such a positive impact on the students at Lake Riviera Middle School that she was recently presented the Teacher Who Touched My Life award by one of her students at the Junior National Honor Society ceremony. For all of ththese reasons, I, John G. Ducey, the Mayor of the Township of Brick in the County of Ocean and the State of New Jersey, do hereby proclaim, when is it? Wednesday, May 29th, tomorrow, May 29th, to be Kelly Sorbonne Day, and I encourage all Brick Township residents to join me in congratulating Mrs. Sorbonne.
So I'd like to speak for the council, and those of you who know my background, I am also a middle school teacher, so I understand where you're coming from. So Kelly Sorbonne, Brick Township's Teacher of the Year from Lake Riviera Middle School. She's a math and science teacher, but more importantly, her approach to growth mindset and the social and emotional growth of all of her students is really what I think makes her stand out. She has a classroom where mistakes are okay and you're valued just as you are, and you're taught to embrace challenges that come your way, and that you have to have persistence in the face of setbacks. And I feel like the way she teaches, she's showing her students that the journey they are on is really only beginning of great things to come. Ms. Sorbonne sets the example for her students, but more importantly, she cares about them. And that's how children will ultimately learn the most, not only about the subject area that she's teaching, but about themselves as well. So the council and I would like to join with Mayor Ducey in congratulating her on receiving her District Teacher of the Year award.
I will never pass up another opportunity to speak. So I just basically want to say that I am very grateful for this opportunity. I absolutely love my job. People say that when you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. That's actually a fallacy. I work harder because I feel like my students deserve all that I have to offer. So I work for a fabulous school. Miss McNamara was one of the leaders in my building, and she always supported me. Dr. Anderson is my current, well, sort of current principal, and she has always supported me. This district, this school, the school that I've been in, I hope that I retire there because I can't imagine working anywhere else. They have done nothing but allow me to believe and do whatever I've ever wanted to do for the sake of these children in Brick Township. So I am honored and grateful and hope that I have many more years to come. Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, we're going to move on to the National Junior Honor Society recipients. Councilman Fosman.
Thank you.
We're going to do Lake Riviera Middle School National Junior Honor Society first. Would Mary Beth Prince, the advisor, come up?
I'd just like to say that the National Junior Honor Society is a national premier organization established to recognize outstanding middle-level students. Much more than honor roll, New Jersey High School serves to honor those students who have demonstrated excellence in the areas of scholarship, service, leadership, character, and citizenship. Common requirements just include maintaining a high grade point average. There's a minimum of 3.5, all A's and B's, and becoming good citizens. The New Jersey High School requires some sort of school service to the community, schools, or other. So we're here to honor them, and I have their names right here. And we'll start with Christopher Baylies, Andriana Bonacore, Kathleen Chandler, Mackenzie Collins, Andrew Davis, Kathleen Delanoy, Amber Gardner, Henry Gardner, Dominic Giovine, Kaylee Good, Savannah Gross, Jason Hatfield, Quinn Hensel, Kyle Kukigan, Emily Kuzemchek, Ryan Cure, Darren LaFay, Gianna Martone, Matthew Mojeri, Maya Monahan, Summer Pandolf, Anthony Thomas, and Krista Valise.
For Veterans Memorial Middle School, would Sarah Dunn join the mayor and Councilman Fosman at the podium, please?
Okay, the inductees are Brielle Austin, Emily Andradis, Luana Arzario, Madeline Barrera, Isabel Bartolofo, I messed that one up, Brooke Barteros, Ava Boyle, Sydney Brody, Shelby Brunotti, William Burns, Nicholas Carabeda, Sophie Daly, Joseph Carabeda, Brooke DeAlameda, Dylan DeMarest, Emily Denziffer, AJ Manitrout, McKenna Ellis, Emily Farrell, Erica Gonzalez Fuentes, Taween Islam, Monica Campbell, Louis Keish, Ariana Lajara, Tia Passiano Langsworth, Daniel Lynn, Leela Lindquist, Gianna Levio, Enzo Manfredi, Vincent Martino, Zachary McCafferty, Isabel McKelvey, Christian McWade, Kira Miley, Emma Parkut, Stacy Pello, Charles Panato, Mason Pernick, Gianna Platt, Riley Rodriguez, Katie Rogers, Ella Scarpelli, Kately Steele, Shamela Sultana, Frank Taylor, Patricia Williams, Maria Zulkarnain. I hope I didn't tear them names up too much, you know.
And then we have St. Dominic's School. Would Jacqueline Miller please join the mayor and Councilman Fosman at the podium, please?
We have the reading of the names for St. Dominic School. Ethan Alcacid, Salvatore Bellamo, Lorraine Case, Carmen D'Altero, Megan Ebinger, Caroline Felser, Tony Fay, Mitch Nat, Andrew Jenks, Riley Kernan, Allison Louisi, Thomas Machi Fortin, Tristan McFarlane, Brian McKeon, Joseph Miller, Julie Menarick, Matthew Moses, Daniel Wynn, Giovanni Pescatore, Andriana Tobiah, Matthew Wicks, Grace Wolfshinson, and Drew Wrightington.
Okay, we're just going to hold for 2 minutes for anyone who does not wish to say. Again, please exit by the door at the rear of the courtroom, and we'll resume in about 2 minutes. Alrighty, the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, please.
All matters listed under item consent agenda will be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. If discussion is desired on any item, this item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately.
Thank you. I just want to announce that resolutions 415 and 416 are being held over until the June 11th meeting and will not be considered tonight. Resolution 41.
Recognize District Teacher of the Year, Kelly Serbones.
Thank you. Council Vice President Crate.
This resolution recognizes Kelly Serbone, a math and science teacher at Lake Riviera Middle School, as Brick Township's Teacher of the Year.
Thank you. Resolution 42.
Authorize 2019 temporary capital budget.
Thank you. Mrs. Bergen.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the temporary capital budget based on the completed capital bond ordinances that will be introduced later this evening.
Thank you. Resolution 43.
Authorize cancellation of grant appropriated reserves and receivables.
Thank you. Mrs. Bergen?
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the cancellation of grant appropriated reserves and receivables in programs where the funds cannot be spent within the contract period.
Thank you. Resolution 4-4.
Authorize cancellation of stale dated checks.
Councilman Halloran, please.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the township to cancel outstanding checks that are considered stale dated in the amount of $106.43.
Thank you. Resolution 4-5.
Authorize refund from police road job account.
Thank you. Councilman Mamalo, please.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the refund from the Township's Police Road Job Trust account to Mid-Atlantic Construction in the amount of $695.
Thank you. Resolution 4-6.
Authorize receipt of bids Bayside Park improvements.
Thank you. Council Vice President Crate.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the receipt of bids for improvements to Bayside Park. The park improvements including enlarging the playground area, installing new safety surface, creating a new picnic area, the installation of a new gazebo, as well as cantilever shade structures, benches, and bait tables along the decking on the perimeter. The park will also feature cornhole games and a labyrinth concrete patio area for yoga and other general meditation activities. Sod and irrigation will be installed as well.
Thank you. Resolution 4-7.
Authorize receipt of bids Beverly Beach area roadway improvements.
Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the receipt of bids for roadway improvements in the Beverly Beach area of town, and they include Beverly Beach Road as well as portions of South Beverly Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 4-8, please.
Authorize receipt of bids resurfacing and drainage improvements Dennis Drive, Algonquin, and Towhee Trails, and Dennis Drive water main replacement.
Thank you. Mayor?
And this is another one we're going out to bid again for additional road projects as well as a water main replacement that we're doing in conjunction with the MUA. And it is for Dennis Drive, Algonquin, and Towhee Trails, and then the water main replacements on Dennis Drive as well first. Obviously, we're doing the water main replacement, and then we'll do the paving afterwards, unlike the county with Manalocan Road.
Thank you. Resolution 4-9.
Authorize award of bid public safety uniforms.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the award of bid for public safety uniforms to Action Uniform Company, Egg Harbor Township, for an amount not to exceed $90,000 per year, with funds to be certified prior to each order. Bid notices were mailed to 12 prospective bidders, of which 4 picked up bid packages. It is the recommendation of the Deputy Police Chief to award the bid as a whole to Action Uniform Company, which was the only company that submitted a bid for all categories. This will be a 1-year contract commencing May 29, 2019, with an option to award a second year pending satisfactory performance and recommendation from the Police Department. The bid allows for the purchase of uniforms for police officers, emergency medical technicians, crossing guards, and special police officers. Resolution 410.
Authorize award of bid Fall Fest food vendor concession.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dion.
Yes, thank you. This resolution authorizes the award of bid to My Three Cobb's Corn Roasting, Brick, New Jersey, in the amount of $3,040 to provide food trucks for the 2019 Fall Fest event. The vendor will provide 20 different food and refreshment options at Fall Fest scheduled for October 19th at Windward Beach. Notice to bidders were advertised in the newspaper and on the township website. In addition, 10 vendors were notified from our bidders list, and 2 potential bidders requested bid packages. 1 bid was received and was determined to be in compliance with all administrative requirements and bid specifications.
Thank you. Resolution 411, please.
Authorize award of bid Summerfest food truck vendor remaining categories.
Thank you. Councilman Halloran, please.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the award of bid for a Summerfest food truck vendor in the specialty category to My Three Cobb's Corn Roasting in Brick, New Jersey, in the amount of $1,304. The township had established a minimum bid of $750 per food category. All previous categories were bid and awarded. This category had no bidders and was re-advertised. Notice to bidders was advertised in the newspaper and on the township website. In addition, 95 vendors were notified from our bidders list, and 2 potential bidders requested bid packages. 2 bids were received, and 1 was rejected due to an error in the submission. The bid received from My Three Cobs was determined to be in compliance with all administrative requirements and the bid specifications.
Thank you. Resolution 412.
Authorize award of contract concession stand at Brick Beach 1.
Thank you. Mrs. Bergen?
Thank you. This resolution authorizes a contract in the amount of $5,000 to All Around Concessions in Brick for the operation of Brick Beach 1 food concession stand. Contract period begins May 29th and ends on September 30th of this 2019.
Thank you. Resolution 413.
Authorize to negotiate contract firework exhibitions.
Council Vice President Creight, please.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the Township Business Administrator to directly negotiate with potential fireworks vendors for these services at Township events this season. Notice to bidders was advertised in the newspaper and on the Township website. On May 21st, the Township received bids for this service with 2 bids received. Both bids contained errors and must be rejected.
Thank you. Resolution 414.
Authorize change order number 1, Airport Track Bikeway Expansion NJDOT project.
Thank you. Councilwoman DeYoung?
Thank you. This resolution authorizes a change order with no modification to the contract amount for the Airport Tract Bikeway Expansion project. During construction, the project was modified to address the need to reconstruct an existing timber tie wall that was deteriorated and in need of reconstruction. The modification was enabled through a reduction of unused quantities of stone and dust for the bikeway.
Thank you. Resolution 417, please.
Authorize special events permit, PC Richard and Son tent sale.
Thank you. Councilman Mummolo, please.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes special events permit for PC Richardson Son to conduct a tent sale on June 6th through the 17th between the hours of 10 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolution 418, tax collector, Mrs. Bergen.
Thank you. 18A is a redemption of a tax sale certificate of Block 236.25, Lot 39, which is in Mandalay.
Thank you. That ends the consent agenda. Open to council for questions or comments.
Yes, Council President, I do have a question.
Yes, Councilman
I
Thompson.
know we have a temporary capital budget coming up, and we did talk about it in different committees. And one thing I noticed is that I've been bringing up for a few years about a truck wash for DPW, and I know the value of one garbage truck is $280,000. And also, and there's another truck that is on the list is for $230,000. So that's another rear loader garbage truck. So for that's $510,000. If we don't purchase them, we could probably do an automatic truck wash there. I was hoping that the mayor and my council colleagues would consider taking those 2 out for this year, because since 2012, since I've been here, we've been buying trucks and everything for DPW. We just put in buildings down there with roofs on them to protect the trucks now, and a truck washer really would protect the trucks and make them last longer. At these prices right here, if we get a few more years out of a truck, it really wouldn't matter. And the money that we do spend now hiring people to wash trucks and to even wash the first aid ambulances, because they can't wash them, wash them by hand right now at their place. This would be a great opportunity to do this, because we spend, I would estimate, without the police cars, I'll take them out because they go to a regular car wash, I would say we probably spend $75,000 a year just washing cars. So if we get something for around $500,000, 75 a year, by 6 years you own that. And it would be recycled water, trucks will be well maintained, and when they go to the Ocean County dumps over here, there's all that bacteria and everything, so when they run it through and our mechanics work on it, it's an option. It really, because they can run it right through, get all that stuff off the truck and do it. Right now, we only get the trucks washed on Friday. So if these guys are working on a truck on Thursday, that thing's full of crap. And I know we do have sprays there, but it just goes right on the ground. This would be recycled, and the water would be reused, and the trucks would last longer. That's been a proven fact. So I just wanted to point that out. And I think that it would be an excellent investment. And one more thing. Which is it here? Oh, number 12. 412, it's the concession stand at Brick Beach 1. I know we own the building there, and I know you negotiated. Nobody wanted to take the building, the food concession stand. So are we responsible for everything in that building? Is it our cost if anything breaks down, heating, everything, lighting, or anything that happens?
Well, there is no equipment in that building right now. This vendor is going to have to provide all of the
All the
equipment,
stuff?
refrigerator, stovetop, microwave, all of that needs to be provided by the vendor.
So we supply just the whole building, roof, everything. We take care of heating and air conditioning, right? Or
We
they
do
take care of
provide
it?
the maintenance.
We take care of that as part of the maintenance.
Correct.
So they're giving us $5,000 for the season, and then they got to load it up.
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else from council with questions? Okay. May I have a motion and a second and the consent agenda?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, second by Councilman Halloran. Open to public for questions or comments on the resolution. Mr. Foster, we haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back.
Sam Foster, 108 Teagle Drive, Brick. Question on number 12, let me see here now, the 14, the airport track bikeway expansion. Where can we get more information about what this is, about this subject here? Because this, I guess, is, I guess if we had a caucus meeting, we could go into this more in detail, but airport track bikeway expansion, this is going to be expanding the bikeway pass in Brick?
This is,
So,
14 from
Yes.
Cherry Quay out.
would you like me
over
to
the,
answer?
in Cherry Quay?
Yes, so what we applied for in this particular grant is we wanted to prevent off-road vehicles in the airport track and make some improvements to the existing trail, so it's not an expansion. The grant was capped at $24,000. That's what we applied for labor, equipment, supplies, wood, bolts, etc. We received $24,000 with a proposed match of $6,000. Our in-house folks were able to do a lot more of the work than was estimated, and some of the items turned out to be ineligible. So by the time we deducted the ineligible items, the whole project cost came down to $12,000. So that's why we are.
Did you say that this was in the Cherry Quay section of Brick? I might have misunderstood you. I have a slight hearing loss, so I apologize.
Yes,
That's Cherry
correct.
Quay?
Yeah.
Now, I do have a question about this. Is there any sort of, I don't know who would answer it, you seem to be knowledgeable about this, Mrs. Bergen, but I have a big problem with bicyclists in town. And, as we know, Chambers Bridge Road, we had a lot of pedestrian deaths over the years. I live off of Chambers Bridge, so I actually drove past a couple of them. Bicyclists just don't know what they're doing. They don't understand. Now, when I remember back in my day when I took my driver's license test back in, 39 years ago, I'm feeling my age now. My age is hitting me now. But bicyclists had to obey the rules of the traffic just like a motor vehicle. And I've seen them cutting through red lights and stop signs in Brick, and they go on top of sidewalks, opposite direction traffic. Is there any kind of a public information that can be given out to inform bicyclists so they are less, a danger on the roads, and also to inform them about what they're doing, and also some type of a crackdown on them, because I've seen them doing things that have caused not major car accidents, but minor car accidents, like people have to slam on the brake and then they get rear-ended. I've seen that outside of Applebee's in Brick. I forgot what, I think that's Chambers Bridge Road, where Best Buy is, that section there. And bicyclists, I don't mean to be harsh with them, because I know that it does save gas and everything, but they just seem to think that they have the right-of-way regardless of the situation, and they're really becoming a danger on the highways. I know that, I think it's Princeton Avenue, there's a very nice wide bike path there, so everybody knows you stay out of that. But it's just that some of them are just like a hazard. I don't mean to lump them all in there together, but some cyclists are just a hazard, and I don't know if this is something that should be discussed during a committee, or if we have Brick Township have any civilian committees that deal with this subject, or would that be the Traffic Commission committee, or?
Well, I can tell you that I'm not the committee part. I don't know if anybody else wants to touch on, but our police officers, they actually pull bikers over, like during the day, bicycle riders, during the day, but even a lot at night. Because at night, people drive around without lights on or without reflective clothing, so the officers, when they see different people driving down 70, 88, wherever they're riding, and the officers notice them, they pull them over and they kind of say, you can't be seen. You don't have anything reflective, no light, and they try to explain the situation.
Yeah.
It's, they're supposed to be on the same side of the road with the traffic and everything. So they do that on a normal basis. I don't know how many tickets they write out, but I know that they have they have conversations with the people. But,
Well,
they could be writing tickets.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Maybe
don't
you
keep
can
track of that, but
ask Chief Riccio. I know that they have, we have drunk DWI crackdowns at checkpoints, and I don't know if the police can combine they're out with the radar guns looking for speeders. Maybe they could combine that to keep an eye out for cyclists that are doing things like riding on the sidewalks. I could have sworn, I know one citizen said that they're supposed to ride on the sidewalks, but I thought that they were supposed to ride with the traffic against the flow of traffic. I might be wrong about that, but they're supposed to ride with the flow of traffic on the road. I've seen them on the sidewalks practically running into people, and it's, like I said, it's becoming a hazard. Not all of them do it, but, just some type of a crackdown, or maybe a posting on the Facebook page, or maybe you can discuss this at your next Facebook Live event that you have, Mayor.
sure, if somebody asks.
All right, thank you.
Try to ask the questions.
All right, thank you.
Whatever people ask.
Ms. Call?
Yes, I have Nan Carl, 18 Greenbrier Boulevard. I have a couple of questions that I'd like a further explanation, but I'm going to build on Mr. Foster's for more information both ways. The bikeway traffic he mentioned. For years, I attended a meeting that was held up by an Ocean County engineer, the late Roden Lightbody, and it was called Older Americans Traffic Safety. And at every meeting, he would give us statistics about accidents. He explained, too, that Ocean County, one reason Ocean County had a high total of accidents was Ocean County has the greatest number of Garden State Parkway lanes. So that built up. But these days, most of the accidents are not there. And I have to also, it's something that's been on my mind for several months now, about the bicyclists, and I wholeheartedly support what Mr. Foster said. We need to get education out there for all of the residents, and we need some type of a vehicle, maybe another TV channel, that will educate about things like this. Yes, I know full well, especially my involvement with Oates, but before that, I read everything. I read fine print. And it is no longer motor vehicles. It is moving vehicles, which includes non-motorized, like bicycles. And all vehicles are supposed to move in the same direction. And yet, I came very close one night going up Van Zyl actually it's down Van Zyl, I guess, from Burnt Tavern toward 70 to hitting a guy on a bicycle because he was going against the traffic. On my side, if he had been with traffic, he would have been in the right lane, but this way, and two objects coming at any speed, no matter how slow the bicycle is an extremely dangerous situation. Not to mention, in all these years I'm here and that I've screamed and carried on, nothing has been done to improve the lighting on Van Zyl or any other road, well, just in front of my house, near my house, but most of it, the lighting there on Van Zyl is absolutely horrible. The lanes are very narrow. They're one lane in each direction. There's no shoulder. Much of it doesn't have a sidewalk. And if they were driving on the sidewalk, which they do sometimes, that would be against the law, but who pays attention when you're not providing them? It's been over a year since then Vice President Heather DeYoung, I think she was Vice President, had meetings at Civic Plaza about making Brick more walkable and smart streets, and what has been done has made it worse and worse and worse. The planning department of Brick is absolutely a nightmare because nobody is doing long-range planning. When I worked, I didn't work in that field, but we had projects, 5-year projects, occasionally a 10-year project, and you planned ahead. There is a master plan for Brick that I supposedly was involved in, but I merely attended when Michael Fowler presented it. And if you read that master plan, nothing that has been done since it was drawn up, and it's time we had a new one, by law, had a new one, and nothing that was said has taken place except possibly behind the ShopRite Coles, where it is a multifunctional development and not an age-restricted, which it started out to be, and a whole bunch of nonsense there. I forget the exact words. So there's a lot of things that people in Brick are not educated about because nobody takes the time to ever educate them. And the bicyclist is something that really is an important thing. I also would like to know, where is there a map showing the airport tract? Because my perception is that the airport tract is not just one little place, it's not just here or there. And where would I find a map? Should be with the master plan that has maps with it, but I don't recall it ever outlining exactly which. Most people know I live in Greenbrier 2. Greenbrier Boulevard is in Greenbrier 2. Greenbrier, which is now referred to as 1, is the boulevard, or boulevard, but Greenbrier Boulevard is in mine. Up from Greenbrier 2, on down again, I guess it's south, on Burnt Tavern Road, there is a section that when you travel that has a bicycle path. And I'm not sure, I think it might say Sawmill. I wouldn't dare try to ride a bicycle for years. I don't want my first broken bone, thank you very much. And is that part of the airport tract? Also, because I read fine print, I'm probably the only person in town at all, never mind in Greenbrier 2, who knows that there is a part of Greenbrier 2 that is defined as having been a landing field. Yes, I suspect that it is the huge common elements behind my home that has caused me great trauma and stress and has never been rectified, that's where the landing field was. So I would think that it also conforms to where the bicycle tract, airport tract is. The public safety uniforms, 4-9. Who is it that you awarded it to, and did you have any other bids?
Action Uniform Company, Egg Harbor Township. There were 12 bidders, 4 picked up bid packages.
I would like the name of the other 12 bidders. I think that it's all right to hear who you didn't pick.
Only 4 actually picked up packages. And
okay. Whatever ones.
4, 9.
Or submitted packages. If they picked it up and didn't submit it, that's another story.
Oh, wrong one. Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm on 410. Here we go. There were 2 bidders that were returned. Action Uniform Company, LLC, 3164 Fire Road, Egg Harbor Township, and R23K Incorporated, trading as American Uniform and Supply, Route 9 in Howell. That bid the Action Uniform Company bid on every category. The other company bid on only certain categories. So that was why the chief asked to, or the deputy chief asked to go with Action Uniform Company, because all their categories are with one vendor, instead of saying, well, we get shirts from this guy and buttons from this guy and belts from this guy. It's all under one. So there were only 2 bidders.
And I will once again call your attention to that this is a caucus/public meeting, not just a public meeting. At the caucus meetings, which were a week apart from the public, and gave time for us to get all this, comment on it, talk about if we knew something, although it never does me any good in telling you that Jack Morris is a bad actor and has never fulfilled anything. And now, again, we have him with the Food Town property, and we're going to go on for how many more years now before he follows through and delays it, when I believe that there is a time limit from when they're given something like that till they put a shovel in the ground, but that's never bothered Brick Township. So at caucus meetings, we would have heard this information in depth and all our questions answered. So thank you very much for how you have helped me. But this township administration and governance needs to redo their manner of holding meetings.
Thank you. Anyone else for comments on the resolution? The resolutions? Okay.
Good evening. Michael Dumas, 400 Adamston Road. I have a question about the food truck vendor, where the corn on the cob guy got the bid, and the other one was tossed out. You said there was a mistake made. Do we know what the mistake was in his package?
There are certain components of the bid package. May I, Council?
Yeah, sure, go ahed, because you probably have it at your fingertips and I don't, so.
Well, I attend the bid openings and receive follow-up information on those. Memorandums are put together based on the submissions once they're reviewed by our purchasing department. So there are certain components in a bid specification that is considered a fatal flaw, such as if it was not a cashier's check. Sometimes cashier's checks are required. Was it not signed? Was it not an original signature? So it's one of those components that are considered essential, and without it being provided, it's then considered a fatal flaw.
Understood. So if that person were to, a fatal flaw could be something like not making a postmark and trying to make the postmark appear valid by using a postal meter, or?
No, it could have been a personal check as opposed to a cashier's check.
Right.
They failed to sign the mandatory signature page, or the signature was a stamp as opposed to an original.
But if that person had made a fatal flaw in a package and had just called in casually 4 or 5 times to change it, it wouldn't be allowed, right?
No.
Okay, that was my only question.
There are some flaws that can be fixed if they're minor, but there are some that affect the competitive nature of the bidding process, and those are fatal because it would undermine the bidding process to allow someone later to change their bid.
I agree. I was just looking for clarification that if a person wanted to change that package 5 times without really resubmitting it, that probably wouldn't fly, right?
If it was a fatal flaw at the bid opening, it's a fatal flaw. It cannot be later repaired.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you.
And that's set by state law, correct?
Correct.
State statute?
That is state statute. That is not our town ordinances.
Thank you. Anyone else on the resolutions? Mr. Finelli?
Vic Finelli, Meadow Point Drive. I just had a question about number 2. If I read it right, we're doing $8.5 million in capital improvements, putting up 5% of that, $425,000, and bonding $8,075,000. Am I good so far?
Sounds good.
Okay. My question is, I know you only have to put up 5%, but is that the best we can do?
This is what we are doing temporarily until the bond ordinances are approved. They're just being introduced tonight, and they have to go through the cycle of approval.
Yeah.
So this is the temporary measure to get that process underway.
Okay. What does that $8,075,000 do to the overall debt, which we're always talking about going down?
The numbers that the mayor had given at the budget presentation include the anticipation of, and you asked me this question last year, include the anticipation of $8.5 million in capital investment.
You remember what I asked you last year? Because I don't.
I remember that
So-
one.
So back in the day, besides they did a lot of big projects like Traders Cove. They would spend probably about $10 million in capital projects. And that was like maybe, that it doesn't include Traders Cove. They always separated it. So the Traders Cove was added, the landfill, the big projects, I said, well, that's not really capital budget, that was separate. So I put an end to that. And I only wanted to do $8.5 million instead of the 10 they were doing. So that's why I promised to lower our debt $1.5 million a year, because I was only spending 8.5 instead of 10. But then what we do is when debt retires, we don't re-spend that either. That's another process that used to happen in the past. So it'd be coming off the books because they're paying it off from something they bonded 5, 10, 15 years ago, and they would spend that money again, saying, well, that's not new money, that's already money that was borrowed. But no, you're borrowing it again. So the 8.5 is what we're doing. This is our 6th year of doing $8.5 million capital budgets.
And if I understood what you said, the $8.5 million is included in the number that the mayor said when we went down this much?
Yes, the anticipation of that
Okay.
commitment was part of his presentation.
I can live with that. Thank you.
Anyone else on the resolutions? Mr. Scott?
George Scott. I have a question on number 2 also. When the business administrator started out here, I had a meeting with her, and previously we used to bond for minute items, several $100s and whatnot. But with the amount of the budget that we have, and it's not small, even though this is a capital budget. Number 7, tree planting, $10,250, of which you're going to bond $9,737. This can't be put in a line item not to be borrowing money on?
Is that the total amount of that item? So these are only partial. This is only part of these figures that are in this. This is the question that I asked Maureen last week about the, not on the capital, but on the resolution. So those are just partial appropriations on that resolution?
That's correct. And I was looking for the line items.
Oh, for the tree plantings? I'm not 100% sure, Mr. Scott, but I believe that's part of a larger tree project. That's just, these are just like starting amounts so Maureen can set up the appropriations.
But this is the temporary capital budget. You're going to come out with another capital budget before a year's end, over the $8.5 million? The mayor just said it's going to be a total of $8.5 million.
There's more to the project.
How could it only be part of if the number is $8.5 million?
Well, the expenditure in the capital budget is $10,250.
Right.
Right, so that is the amount that we expect to expend in the tree replacement this year, which is in capital. We have made some changes to how our department heads make budget requests. There is a threshold that they were advised to put into their operating budget, and the one side of that was they were afraid it was going to fluctuate too much each year. If they threw in something that was only a one-time expenditure, it would look like a large percent increase, but we opted to do that and explain it may look like a bigger than usual increase, but we are purchasing X as opposed to putting it in the capital. So we have made that change, but $10,000, I don't recall off the top of my head what minimum we set for them, but a $10,000 tree replacement really fell outside what Parks could fund without capital assistance.
But again, my point, you're actually going to borrow or bond $9,700 for the trees. What you're saying is you couldn't put this anywhere else in a line item not to borrow this money, which you're going to be paying interest on. It's incorporated in the borrowing cost of the notes of issuance. And number 3, it's got to be part of that $150,000. It just adds up for, again, a very small item.
Well, it's a one-time item. It's a one-time project, so the thought was it's a capital expenditure when you make a one-time, investment, and we have made some modifications to bring things into the operating budget for that very reason. So this is just
Okay.
one that.
Is that for the Christmas tree out front?
It's for 2 different line items related to trees. One is for the holiday tree, and the other is for other
So
trees
they're
around
gonna
town
take the
hall.
tree out front and put another tree in.
Okay. My other question is, what was wrong with having 15 and 16 on tonight? It seemed that all the paperwork was submitted for the licensing.
There were some questions about the license renewals, and we asked for more information from the police department on incidents at various establishments.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So we thought it best to hold it over until we have all the information.
Okay.
Anyone else? Sir? Certainly.
Jason Carey, 233 Cherry Quay Road. We're just wondering what the improvements made to Cherry Quay Road. Are we going to get a bike lane as well?
You want me to answer?
Sure.
Okay. No, Cherry Quay Road is county road, as you probably, I'm sure you know. The county, I talk about it a lot, so the county does not like bike lanes. They only have two in the entire Ocean County. They have one, which is Long Beach Boulevard, which is an LBI, and then we are lucky enough to have one because we have Princeton Avenue, and they will never install another one because I always ask for Maniloking Road and Drum Point Road because people can get to the beach, we can expand it, and they're like, never again. They're nightmares for them, and the engineer said that as long as he's there, they will never do a bike lane in Ocean County, on a county road.
Who's responsible for mowing the sides of Cherry Quay? I've been doing it for 22 years, and I also pick up all the litter on Cherry Quay Road. And the poke this time of year grows right into the street. The kids at my corner have to walk in the street to come around the most dangerous turn in Cherry Quay. There's been 200 car accidents in Cherry Quay since 2000, and many of them fatal, many of them hit and run, a lot of them involving bicycles and pedestrians. How do we offer our citizens more safety on that street?
As far as who maintains it, you'd have to call code enforcement, and they would go out and cite if somebody lets their property go. So, for example, we just got complaints about Princeton, again, going back to Princeton Avenue, a lot of backs of people. I know it's not that in Cherry Quay, it's the front. So usually people take care of the front, but they forget about their backs. And Maniloking Road and Princeton, we got complaints about Princeton, so I know code enforcement's going out there over the next 10 days to tell people, to remind them they have to cut the back of their house. And sometimes it's hard to get to, because they're nowhere near. But as far as Cherry Quay, as far as safety, it's anything with safety is the police department. That's public safety.
The corner I'm talking about is a easement for the MUA. It's on the right-hand side, just as you go past the baseball field around the big turn. The poke is in the road. I go over there and I chop it back, but a month later, it's in the road. Should I call the MUA to see if that's there?
Yeah, you can call the MUA yourself or call code enforcement, and they'll call the MUA. Okay. However you want to handle it, it's up to you. Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else on the resolutions? Seeing none, close. Did I miss somebody? No. Close public. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 419, bill resolution.
Be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Brick that the following bills be paid, and that the mayor and clerk be and are hereby authorized to draw orders on the treasurer for the amounts of the same. Computer bill resolution in the amount of $14,664,950.30.
Thank you. Open to council for questions.
Yes, I have a few, if nobody does.
Councilman Fosman?
Page 1, we have air systems maintenance. We're paying them $137,200. And I thought what was replaced? What heat pumps? Was that one job, or is that several jobs?
This was funded in the 2018 capital. There are 27 total heat pumps. We at this point have done 16 of the 27.
Oh, okay. Okay. And also page 6, it says Bill Leary, HVAC, $11,150. Did we replace some units at the Civic Plaza? Is that what that was for?
Yes.
Is that one unit or two?
Rooftop.
Yeah, rooftop.
Units.
Is that one or two?
I would have to check on that for you.
Just 11,000. Have all those been replaced up there, or just a few?
We cycle them, so we don't have to do the expenditure of all at once, so we try to spread it out over each year, address the different rooftop
Did it all at
units.
once, we could put it on the capital, no? Okay, page 11. Concord Engineering. It says solar field, it's for $4,018, electric, I don't know what Concord Engineering Group did.
So what they did is they met with JCP&L, and township representatives were there as well, to discuss the option of having Brick Standard Solar Field provide electric generated directly to the township and the MUA accounts via aggregated net metering.
Do we have to use them every time to, when we deal with standard alternative?
No, but we, the council, the resolution authorized Concord Energy to be its energy consultant, so that is who we use until that contract expires.
So there's, how much a year do we pay Concord Engineering Group all year long for the solar field that we're supposed to get electric from?
Well, we pay them as our energy consultant, so the solar field is only one portion of what we consult with them on, and their contract for the year was a total of $12,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Page 15, Garden State Office Systems, one-year service agreement, $3,337, building and grounds. Can you tell me what that is?
That's for the Electriva downstairs that keeps the permits, if you've ever been down there. And
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
That's called Electriva.
So we have a service, is that a warranty or just agreement for them to fix it if anything goes wrong?
Yes, now we have two, so, and they're in
And they're
high
both,
use.
oh, sorry, go
They're
on.
both downstairs in land use.
And they're both under this contract?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else from council? Seeing none, may I have a motion and a second?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, second by Councilman Halloran, open to public on the computer bill resolution. Mr. Scott?
When it comes to money, I always have questions. I also had a question on page 1 about the pumps. That was already answered, so I appreciate that from the business administrator. Page 11, to follow up Councilman Fosman's, on this Concord Engineering, the $12,000 annually, since they are your advisor, is this the group that's going to help get us out of that horrendous deal with Standard Alternative?
Ms. Vernick?
That was the intent of the meeting with JCP&L, to pursue aggregated net metering, which would benefit us.
Okay.
Yes.
And then are they going to follow it through for the rest of the year? I mean, I guess my question is, when will we see some finality?
Well, this was a very productive meeting with JCP&L, who has only recently, the BPU has advised utility companies that they have to do a certain percentage or more net metering projects. So we now have an engaged partner, and we're
Okay.
hoping to have resolution sometime in 2019.
19. That's terrific. The next line item down, Connor Strong and Buckalow, $9,200 renewal of marina policy. Do we get any other quotes? I mean, just recently, there hasn't been a lot of flattering things in the newspapers about, you know.
Aren't they part of the GIF? So with that,
That's part of the same contract we have with the GIF.
do we go out to bid for that? For the,
To participate in the joint insurance fund, yes, we do.
okay.
So this is part of our contract that we have with the Ocean County GIF to provide us insurance services. This is a subgroup of that that's...
Okay, so you don't really pick them. JIF picks them and you just pay.
Right,
You
that's
pay.
correct.
It's more or less a pass-along.
Correct.
Okay. Page 16, Henry Mancini, $24,020 for storm damage easement. I called today, tried to find out a little bit more about this. This is still going on with Sandy. I thought we had gotten all our monies that we were going to get. We're still paying bills from 2010 13. What's taking so long? I mean, 6 years later, we're still doing storm damage?
Yeah, we have him for...
Henry Mancini works, he's an appraiser, and he appraises properties that are subject of a taking as a result of the beach replenishment project up at the beach. I'm fairly confident his fees are reimbursed to us by the DEP, if that's correct, because it is a DEP project. But they are expended by us, and then we get reimbursed for those fees.
Okay.
Works the same with the...
You said you think. Is it a yes or is it a no?
Yes, that is correct.
It is reimbursed. I don't care at that point then. Page 20, McMannion, Scotland, and Bauman, Foodtown redevelopment project. As Nan Cole brought up before, Foodtown keeps going on and on and on. I asked the question at the last meeting. We're waiting for permits, this and that. It's only a $936 bill, but I understood when the suit was finalized that all of these costs, whether they be engineering, legal, whatever, that the two people that are going to participate are going to pay these. When do we get reimbursed for this, or are we getting reimbursed as each bill comes?
These costs are, this is our legal counsel's doing work on reciprocal easements on that property that's necessary for the project that do bring a benefit to the township.
Okay, then maybe I was misled. I understood from something that the mayor had said previously that we aren't going to incur any more cost once you reach the deal, that anything that came forward, we would be reimbursed for. So why do we even still have to keep paying this then?
I believe what the mayor said was the cost of this project, the permitting and things for the project are paid for by the developers, not by us. But this is work that's being done for the township,
Okay.
by the township professionals.
So what are they doing for us? I mean, I thought this was resolved.
This specific bill is for the purpose of a reciprocal easement on the property that provides for public access into the property.
Necessary to close.
Say that again?
It's necessary to have these reciprocal easements in place prior to closing, prior to the sale of the property. Because there's two halves and they have to each access both sides. And that
Okay,
has to
but
be
are we
through a
not
permanent easement.
are we not doing this easement for the benefit of the developers?
It's a requirement of the closing to have these easements in place as part of the sale.
So they are not going to compensate us for this, is what you're saying?
I don't believe this is compensable by the developers. This is...
Okay. Again, we keep taking a hit on that. The last one I'll let go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the bills? Seeing none, close public. Roll call.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Abstain CME, yes to the rest.
Councilman Mumalo.
Staying up Meridian Occupational Health, and yes to the rest.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Council President, this seems to be a little problem. Can I speak to the attorney a second?
Councilman Fosman?
Yes. Mr. Starkey, on Resolution 6 and Resolution 14, Councilwoman DeYoung's fiance works for CME, and she's voting for his contracts because he worked on that. Shouldn't she be abstaining on that?
Resolution
6 and 14.
The Bayside Park improvements.
If you look at the resolution, they're named in it, CME.
Well, these are not awards to CME. These are awards to contractors. Actually, 14 is a change order without any expense, but the 6 is an award
It says
to...
the consulting engineer for the project, CME Associates, is hereby authorized to prepare final bid sheet specifications and monitor.
Right, okay. Then it's not even an award, it's just authorizing receipt of bids for that project. This does not confer any benefit upon CME, so there's not any conflict in a vote on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are we at 420?
Mhm.
Okay, 420, manual bill resolution.
Be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Brick that the following bills be paid, and that the mayor and clerk be and are hereby authorized to draw orders on the treasurer for the amounts of the same. Manual bill resolution in the amount of $24,576.43.
Thank you. Open to council for questions? Seeing none, may I have a motion and a second?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, second by Council Vice President Crate. Open to public?
I do have a question. It's
Oh.
a very small manual bill resolution. I guess nobody's getting paid in the town.
Any other questions?
No, that's it.
All right. Anything from public? Seeing none, close public. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Abstain CME, yes to the rest.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, ordinances on first reading. There is no public hearing on the first reading. Item 5.1.
An ordinance of the Township of Brick, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 145-6 of the Township Code to extend the time for the waiver of fees for construction to promote the renovation of existing vacant commercial structures.
Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you. So back in 2015, we started this program, and it was in place, and we renewed it again. When I say we, the council renewed it again in July of 2017, and it's really helps out business owners who are starting businesses to renovate an existing vacant commercial property. Unfortunately, as we all know, planners, however many years ago in Brick, we have shopping centers on every county road, state road, so we have a lot of those in town. So when the kind of economy went in the tank, unfortunately, a lot of those strip malls ended up with some vacancies in it, and it would be a good program to start. And it's been very, very successful. I've actually been asked to speak. Stockton College had me down there, and a bunch of other places because of the program. We're the first ones to do it in New Jersey. And what it does is it waives the fees for businesses that take over an empty spot, so it has to be empty for at least a year. And it's not for the big ones. So, for example, a big store comes in like At Home, they still have to pay. It's because we want the mom and pops and things like that, the smaller ones. So it has to be under 5,000 square feet. It has to be empty for at least a year, and the governmental fees from the town are waived. We couldn't get the state and the county and other people to join us, but we do it. We can do what we can do for business owners. It's been successful. We've had 21 new businesses open, everything, yoga studios, donut shops, music schools, florists, bakeries, all sorts of things. So thank you for putting it on the agenda to renew it again, and hopefully we can fill up the last few we have here in town.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, second by Council Vice President Crate. Open to council for questions. Seeing none, close council. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
I think this is great. I voted on this before to keep it for small business. I was a small business owner. I think it's a good thing to get more people going in town. I know what it is. I vote yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes. I
Coun-
did vote before, yes, too, before.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank
We
you.
all
Okay. Item 5.2.
An ordinance of the Township of Brick, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 288 of the Township Code of the Township of Brick to designate a portion of Eastview Drive as a one-way street.
Thank you. The Township Engineer and the Police Traffic Safety Unit have recommended that Eastview Drive and Reservation Row be added to the Township Ordinance, Section 288, Vehicles and Traffic, Section 16, One-Way Streets, Schedule 41. Last fall, the Engineering Department received a resident complaint regarding the intersection of Tall Timber Drive and Eastview Drive in Eagle Point with a request that a stop sign be installed. Traffic Safety investigated and provided a report that indicated the roads are very narrow with a 9-foot paved surface. The angle of the intersection is acute. The intersection is obstructed by overgrown vegetation, and the intersection is at the top of a hill with a grade change further limiting sight distances. Traffic Safety endorsed the one-way recommendation on the basis that, in addition to improving safety, the limited pavement surface of 9 feet in width meets the Residential Site Improvement Standards classification of a one-way alley. Since Traffic Safety issued the report, engineering inspectors had several opportunities to evaluate the intersection and to speak with residents and association representatives. Based on the angle of the intersection, the changes in grade, and the limited sight distance, engineering supports traffic safety's recommendation to make Eastview Drive and Reservation Row a one-way street. Township professionals speculate that this is how the circulation was intended when the development was first established. May I have a motion and a second, please?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, second by Councilman Halloran. Open to council for questions.
Was this reviewed by any committee at all, or just by the police and just by complaint from one citizen?
Didn't come to public safety, as you well know. Did it go to land use,
No.
Councilman Mumolo? No.
So it's just a police recommendation?
Police recommendation, the engineers went out, and they also talked with residents in the association.
And traffic safety.
Okay.
Yes, traffic safety.
Yes. Sorry, my fault.
Okay. So, any other comments from council? Seeing none, close council. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Item 5.3.
An ordinance providing for various capital improvements and acquisitions in and by the Township of Brick in the County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, appropriating $1,506,314, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,430,999 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost thereof.
Thank you. Mrs. Bergen?
Sure. So I'll give the following explanation that will cover all of the bond ordinances as opposed to repeating for each one. It's a generic, it's a general comment on the ordinances.
Yes, please.
The following ordinances reflect the expected useful life of a variety of capital items for all township departments totaling $8.5 million, which is consistent with the capital budget approved by this council for the past 5 years. The budget started at over $25 million, but was reduced and prioritized by the various department heads, including police, engineering, Parks, Recreation, Public Works, and IT. Highlights of the proposed capital requests include one new automated garbage truck, one rear loader, one single-axle dump truck, and a bucket truck for DPW. Three new vehicles for the fleet are included for the township's inspectors, IT, and code enforcement officers. The commitment to safety continues with ballistic glaze barriers budgeted for the tax collector's office and the land use department. These improvements mirror what's been done in the clerk's office. The budget also includes equipment needed to provide for a senior services outreach office at Civic Plaza, enabling the township seniors to have access to services on both sides of town. Roads scheduled to be constructed are those already designed and ready to build. Those projects include Broward Drive and Cranberry Grove Road, North Lakeshore Drive, Lawrence Drive, and continuation of the township's isolated streets program, including part of Midstreams, Beverly Beach, and Old Silverton Road. The engineering department will also continue with the microsurfacing program. Laurelhurst and Glenbridge Estates will also be completed this year. The capital budget also includes funds for the design of 2020 roadway improvements, including Bay Harbor Phase 1, Sinclair Estates Phase 2, and part of Parkway Pines. The replacement of the synthetic fields at Drum Point Sports Complex is also scheduled this year. The municipal building roof will be replaced this year. In terms of drainage projects, reconstruction is scheduled at the Duquesne Boulevard intersection, and drainage improvements on Parish Drive, Brentonian Drive, Millbrook Road, Tilford Boulevard, Stuyvesant Road, and Rochester Drive. Funding is in place for the design and permitting for the Channel Drive bulkhead. Funds are also allocated for the dredging master plan and upland planning analysis, overall concrete repairs, and road work in the Bretton Woods section via a shared service agreement with the MUA, who is completing a water main replacement. In terms of sports organizations, the drainage project at the senior field is budgeted for Brick American. Parking lot improvements at Pinewood Park is budgeted for Brick Township Soccer Association, and replacing the scoreboard on the 60-90 and 40-60 fields is included for Brick Little League.
Thank you. Motion and a second.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, second by Council Vice President Crate. Open to council. Seeing none, close council. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, item 5.4, so the bond ordinances go by the useful life of the items on them. So the one we just did was 5-year life. We're now on to bond ordinance 7-year life, Madam Clerk.
Bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements and acquisitions in and by the Township of Brick in the County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, appropriating $489,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $464,550 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost thereof.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, second by Councilman Halloran. Open to council for questions or comments.
Yes, I have one question. On all these ordinances right here, since we're not earmarking any of the money for any certain things, you're just reading the list. They can always be changed, am I correct?
Not necessarily. It can, their useful life is very defined. So when we identify projects, this all goes to our auditor and our financial advisor to be sure we are assigning the project in the correct expected useful life. So to switch over a project has to be carefully done to ensure that it's within the expected useful life. So for example, if we were to get a grant to do one of the roads that we were planning to do, and it wasn't a reimbursable grant, for some reason it was an upfront grant, we would like to pick another road. Since we had the money, as long as we picked a road that was resurfacing, we could make a change to the capital budget.
Yeah, so it's not earmarked for anything. Can we earmark certain things so it's locked in, or it's not feasible to do that? Just in case something happens, we can make a change. Is that why this is like this?
Well, we have a capital budget document,
I have it right
which
here.
you have, and that is our roadmap for what we intend to do for next year.
But it can always be changed. Technically, if it fits in if it fits in the 5-year, 7-year, 15-year, 10-year.
There's
It
a
could fit
process
in
in
there.
place, so if you're underspent somewhere, you want to take advantage and use that money, but this is how we guide all of our action going forward. That's how the department heads, once this is approved and money's ready to spend, they will spend in accordance with what is outlined in the capital budget document.
Because in the past, we started projects, and it just seems like there wasn't enough money to finish a project, and then we have to wait for the following year to get the rest of the money to do it. That's why
And
I'm
that
just
does
saying.
happen. So if that happens, that's not that unusual when we do large-scale projects and costs come in higher than expected. We would put that money to the side and then the next year bridge the difference like we did at the canopies at DPW to get the project done.
But isn't our engineer supposed to give us an estimate so we get real close to it, so we're estimating, let's say a building's going to be put up, it's going to be $1 million, and the engineer says, oh, it's going to be 1.2, so we figured we'd save 1.2. But if it doesn't come in at that, it comes in at 1.4 because their estimate was off, we're going to be kind of out there. Isn't it what our engineer is supposed to do, really know what the costs are and everything to do that?
Yeah, and it does happen sometimes in more complicated projects or something unexpected, and the market fluctuates greatly, and it all depends on when you go out to bid and where the prices come in. So it's not always error, it's just the market.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Closed council, roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 5.5, bond ordinance, 10-year life.
Bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements and acquisitions in and by the Township of Brick in the County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, appropriating $3,489,635, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $3,315,153 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost thereof.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, second by Councilman Halloran. Open to council. Seeing none, closed council. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 5.6, bond ordinance, 15-year life.
Bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements and acquisitions in and by the township in the County of Ocean, Township of Brick, in the County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, appropriating $3,015,051, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $2,864,298 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost thereof.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, second by Councilman Halloran. Open to council. Seeing none, close council. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Momolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alrighty, ordinances on second reading. 6-1.
An ordinance of the Township of Brick, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, vacating a portion of the right-of-way known as Iroquois Drive.
Thank you. Councilman Momolo?
This ordinance vacates a portion of a township-owned right-of-way on Iroquois Drive. The vacation request was reviewed and approved by the council's Land Use Committee. The resident who submitted the vacation request purchased property on both sides and intends to consolidate 3 lots to build a home. The property is in the Cedar Croft section. There is no public access at this location. Property owner needs a CAFR permit, and the BTA needs an easement to access the utility. There are requirements on the vacation. As requested, applicant provided a meets and bounds description.
Thank you. Motion and a second.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Momolo, second by Councilman Halloran. Open to council.
Yes, I have some questions on it. I went out to visit the site, and I also went down to our building department to get some papers here. And the property that's there, what's actually happened is, so everybody understands, that Iroquois is a dead-end street. As you can see right here, I'll hold this up. This is the dead end right here. This is the road that they want to vacate. This guy owns this property, and this property. He needs this here to connect all 3. That's what's going on. And for me, I'm going to ask the attorney, this property to me is worth some money. It's the township's property. It's your money. It's your property. You're the township. You're the people of the town. So I think this is worth some money, connecting all 3 of these properties. We're not getting any money for this at all.
Never do.
So I'm going to ask the attorney if we can get money for this.
We never do.
Well, first of all, the property is not township property. The property actually underlying that belongs to the property owner, as you know, because property owners always own the land under the roadways up to the center line. The township has, it's sort of an easement for use of that property as a roadway. So when you vacate a street, the township is vacating its right to use that as a roadway. It's not like the township can put a park or a building or something there, so it's not owned in that sense. And in terms of can the township get money, no, landowners do not pay for roadway vacations. It's not something that's permitted under law. It's the township either determines from a planning perspective that portion of a roadway is no longer needed for public purpose, in which case they can vacate it. If it is needed, for example, for someone to cross that roadway to use it for public traffic to gain access to a waterway, then it would not be vacated. This property, the roadway that's being vacated is it's called a stub street. It's a dead-end street, and it is the stub that's being vacated is surrounded on 3 sides by the same property owner. So it is in effect become his driveway of sorts. You know, it only affects his property. It doesn't go anywhere. No one travels over it. It serves no public purpose. And we've spent, I've worked with our township planner and engineer. We've spent, I think this request came in probably a year ago, to ensure that no rights of the public were going to be adversely affected by vacating this portion of the roadway. It's simply not used, and it serves no useful purpose for the public. It's roughly 90 feet or so of that dead-end street that's being vacated. And by vacating our rights, vacating the rights of the public to use that for traffic, once that's vacated, the land automatically reverts to the property owner on either side up to the midpoint. And since this property owner owns both sides and the stub end of it, it reverts back to that property owner.
Okay, I understand it. Now, here's Princeton Avenue. Here's the road. This is the water right here. This is 2 sections, or 2 separate sections, right, on that? Because that's what it says on that paper. We have 2 different areas.
There's one section being vacated by the township for use as a roadway. Of that section, of that 90 feet, approximately 40 feet remains subject to an easement for MUA use. I think they have a line that goes up there, a pipe.
Because it lists right here.
But there's only one section that's being vacated.
But this property right here, this house, it touches the corner. Doesn't affect them at all, that this guy is getting the land vacated and his property touches at the corner. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, the
right?
roadway will continue across the entirety of that person's property, so they can access their home, all their property, their driveway, whatever is in there. It is not affecting them at all by eliminating the portion that goes past their property.
But we're giving the land, we're giving this away, but doesn't he have a right to the land because it's touching at the corner? Just because it's next to him? I'm just curious. I don't know.
No, the answer is no. He has a right to access the full length of his property, right up to the end. And that right is being preserved because that part of the roadway is going to remain intact.
Okay.
It's when you get past his property that we're vacating it. So he doesn't have a right to access really the neighbor's property.
Because I'm looking at the 200-foot thing. When someone does something, you got to notify everybody within 200 feet, right? That's what I'm thinking. His property's touching it, so does that include him to get any value out of it that he might want it? You know what I mean? That's what I'm
His rights are being entirely protected by the existing roadway that's going to remain.
So the dead end will end here now. He owns all this land here then, and his driveway will come up at Princeton Avenue.
I'm actually not sure where his drive. It may come off Princeton Avenue. I'm not sure about that, but you are correct that he'll own the entirety of that piece. Yes.
Okay. So what I'm saying is putting those three. What I was talking about, the value. When you put these three lots together with this land in between, that makes it valuable. That's why I thought we can get some money for it, being a town. That's why I'm bringing this up.
No, the town never receives money when there is a street vacation. Okay. It just doesn't work that way.
Okay, I just want to clarify so everybody understands here and what it's about. And I have another question for you. Councilman Mumolo, he voted on the planning board, because I got the papers here. You're on the zoning board too?
No.
Just planning board. So you made the motion right here. And somebody seconded it. So since he did that with this, does he still vote on this, even though is that a conflict or?
It's not. What you're referring to is a resolution that's attached to the ordinance, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's a resolution for the planning board.
What the procedure here is that 2 weeks ago, this council voted on first reading to approve this ordinance, the street vacation. It then, between first reading and second reading, goes to the planning board, and the planning board reviews it to make sure that the roadway vacation complies with the master plan. In other words, it doesn't affect access to other lots or future development or things like that. The planning board is then obligated to vote on that and refer it back to the township council so you can have the benefit of the planning board's views on that. The fact that a member up here, if any of you sits on the planning board and votes on it, doesn't affect it because the planning board's vote is only a recommendation. It's this council's vote that's binding. There's not a conflict to vote on both sides of it.
The only reason I asked that is because this says resolution for the planning board. It says right here, resolution R-2419.
Yes, the way
that's why I'm asking that. If it didn't have the resolution on there, I wouldn't be asking it.
Right. The way the planning board sends its referral to you is by way of the adoption of a resolution of the planning board. So that's what this is here.
And,
and Mr. Starkey, we appointed as a Councilman Mumolo as our council representative on the planning board, so we all voted for him to be voting on the planning board resolutions, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Now, has it ever been done before that an ordinance is read first and second and then it goes to the planning board?
No.
It always goes in between, once it's approved first time.
Land use ordinances, right. It always goes to the planning board. The planning board's job is to review it to see if it conforms with the master plan, which is particularly within their expertise. And then that comes back to you because you get the benefit of their expertise in deciding whether or not to adopt it on second reading.
Okay. And did anybody ever do it before the planning board ever do it before an ordinance was ever read? Can they do it way before we even read our first ordinance?
Under the municipal land use law, when there's a land use ordinance, it must come between
Between
first
it,
and second
first and
reading.
second reading, okay.
When it's the review of an ordinance under the land use law.
I just want
Yes.
everybody out to understand what's going
Sure,
on here,
sure.
and so they understand what's happening.
Mhm.
And that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
Actually, I had a question, Mr. Sharkey. When we vacate a street, that property becomes taxable, gets added to their...
That is correct.
Okay, so
Yes.
we'll actually be collecting taxes now on something that we did not previously.
Correct, on that portion of the roadway that's vacated. That will then become privately owned and subject to taxation. Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Thank you. And if the value of that property is now increased, now it's going to be one parcel and it's on the water, probably be a pretty nice assessment, correct?
May well be, yes.
It's all good. Thank you. So we are at open...
Open public.
Closed council, open to public. Oh. I'm going to start with the lady who I don't know. If you would kindly come forward and state your name and address.
My name is Sherry Capostano. I reside at 510 Riverside Drive South in Brick. I wrote a letter, if I could read it, and then I'll give you a copy if you'd like. I have it signed by the members of the Bonata Woods Property Owners Association. I'm writing and appearing here to seek assistance correcting an issue of public health and safety in my neighborhood, Bonata Woods. We have dirty...
Ma'am, is this a matter of general public importance? In other words, it's not pertaining to this particular ordinance that's being considered right now?
The
Because
Iroquois
if you wait
Drive
about
street
10
vacation?
minutes and come back
I'll
up.
come back.
Okay.
I'm new,
Thank
you
You will
can
be
tell.
first in
Fair
public comment, I promise you. So, on the ordinance, Ms. Call.
Nan Carl, 18 Greenbrier Boulevard. And I've struggled for a long time with attempting to understand what it means when you say vacating a street or a portion of a street as this is. I think I have an understanding, but that's my thought, that I may understand the right of way, what that means. And what came up with the discussion about this particular property and saying that, I'll call it a gentleman owns both sides. Does this represent more than one parcel, one lot and block? And if so, what does the deed specify as the dimensions of the plot of land that's owned by the individual? If it's on two sides, is it two different plots? Is it two, maybe more? Are there dwellings that are there even if they're owned by the same individual?
In this particular case, they were separate lots on either side of the roadway. What's going to happen is the roadway is going to be vacated. That will automatically make those lots larger by, they'll go right to the center line of where the roadway was, and then those lots are going to be, and this is unrelated to the roadway vacation, but they're going to be consolidated, made into a single lot. And that's by, there was an approval granted that required it to be done that way.
But isn't a lot a particular dimension, and dimension may not be the most correct word, but does not it spell out that it is X number of feet from the intersection of, and doesn't it spell out that it's 50 feet, 100 feet in this direction, in that direction, and doesn't that stay the same regardless of whether one person owns this lot and the next lot and the one across the street and the one next to it? Aren't the lots defined on a tax table as being these particular pieces of land that an owner has paid for and owns free and clear, assuming the mortgage doesn't count. And as so, what are the dimensions of these lots? Do they go out into the middle of the street? My lot certainly doesn't. The dimensions are mentioned exactly where they are, and they do not go into the street.
Upon the approval of the ordinance gets recorded with the Office of the County Clerk, and those lots automatically increase.
On the approval of this.
Correct.
So right now, the man does not, and assuming it's one man for the discussion, does not own the street.
Correct.
Only after the township vacates, whatever that quite means, does he own clear across from one side to the other. And are there dwellings or any type of buildings, or do you know what the lots are? Is it one lot on this side, one lot on that side, and the street is in between, and now he will, if you vacate it, have the entire, from this side, street to that side?
He owns he owns both sides of this street and the portion that it dead ends into.
But he owns it as two separate lots.
Right.
And blocks, or more than two, is it?
I'm not sure if it's 2 or 3. I'm not positive.
3.
But when it's...
And he does not own the street. So in effect, you are giving him a piece of property without him paying for it, except in the taxes, which we all suffer when we improve our property and pay higher taxes, just like they did in Ireland to the people that owned their tiny little plots that they rented. They were tenant farmers, and when they fixed it up, read it in Trinity, then they got assessed a higher rent because now you have a much nicer home, Mrs. Carl. So you got to pay more money. They're still getting something for nothing. And even though they're going to pay more taxes, yes, but that happens to all of us, even when we don't get an extra piece of land to utilize. So the vacate, would you give me a little bit more of an explanation of what the vacate does?
It removes the township's rights to use that land for purposes of a roadway. The township can no longer use it as a roadway, which is the right the township
So you're
has.
selling them that piece of land when you say vacate and you're selling it to them for nothing.
I understand what you're saying, that that's not what's happening. The township does not own that land.
If they can do something on it of their own volition, the township, then they own the land.
Yes, that's
It's dedicated to them, in other words, to use the language from...
for one purpose, for a roadway. That is not ownership of the land. They have the right, the township has a right to use it for a roadway. That's it. So when it gives up that right, it's not selling land, it's not giving title to land, it's removing the right to use it as a roadway.
That piece of land has been dedicated to the township, if I go by what's in my documents for my home in Greenbrier too. It says the roads are dedicated to the township, so that piece of land is dedicated to the township, and now the township is giving up that dedication of this piece of property. The man can use it for an extra wide driveway, or maybe even build something on it, because there would be no curb, or if there is, he could take it out. Still seems he's getting something for nothing.
Mr. Foster? This is on the ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I want to follow up with what Nan Call said, because Sam Foster, 1 Tico Drive. In my travels through Ocean County with Papa John's and Pizza Hut, I delivered to a man in Toms River who owns his own section of a road there. And my question is tying in with that. And this is, well, first of all, I want to know, Mr. Stark, or Ms. Bergen, whoever can answer this is, or maybe you can answer, what On my street, in my neighborhood, I've had people do home improvements, like adding a second story. That increases the value of the house, but that also drives up their property taxes. Now, I'm not too clear about what causes. I'm not going to say I'm an expert or anything. I'm not. But would this increase, now that he's combining these several properties, that's going to increase his property value. Would that also increase the property value and therefore the property taxes of his neighbors, the one that Mr. Councilman Fosman mentioned?
That's a question for the tax assessor. I'll tell you my view, though. I think if there's any change, it would be nominal for the neighbors. It really only affects his property.
Okay, just didn't want it too much. But like I said, in my travels, I drove to Mandan when I was with Papa John's and Pizza Hut now too. It's in Toms River off of Kettle Creek Road, and I was speaking to him because I said to my coworkers told me, yeah, he owns that whole section of the street. He has to pay for. He's responsible for his own utilities like snow plowing, and he has to plow that road himself. He has a little mini, I don't know what's called, the Bobcat thing, whatever. What is the situation there with this man giving the right of way? Would the township still be responsible for plowing his road, or because he's got that neighbor there that's right next to him, and he is still, he pays his taxes to have the roads plowed? So, what would the situation be there?
There's no road there. There'll be no plowing there. Any maintenance will be on the private property owner.
I thought this was fronting on a road. This is property that's fronting on a road. It says Iroquois Drive.
Right, Iroquois Drive.
I've been on Iroquois Drive, so I know what it is because I've delivered there a couple of times.
Right.
There's two of them, one on each side of Princeton.
The limits of it extend onto the property of this landowner. I've been back there too, and it's really not what you think of as a roadway with 33 feet wide with sidewalks and curbs.
Just for clarification, are we talking about the, as you're going, is it on the right-hand side or left-hand side of Princeton Avenue? Would it be
Well, it depends where you're going. So
Yeah,
it's
well,
it's on the south side of Princeton Avenue.
Yeah,
and this is
I'm bad
on
with directions.
It's on the...
Well, let's just say, is it on the side of the road that has the Windward Beach?
It's on the riverside,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, that side, okay, yeah. Okay, I'm probably delivered to the guy because I've delivered on both sides of it. But I apologize for interrupting. I just want to get a clarification in my mind of where it was. I apologize.
Right, and it's on it runs parallel to Princeton Avenue on the southern side, on the Titicaca River side.
Yeah.
And it dead ends, we're talking about the easterly side of the roadway. It dead ends. So going towards the ocean.
Yeah, gotcha. I know.
Is where we're talking about. And it is not, the part we're talking about is not a roadway as you think of, curbs, pavement, sidewalks. It's simply, I don't know if you know the roads back there in Cedar Croft, but they kind of peter out.
Yeah, believe me, I know.
There's not real curbing, they're small.
Yeah.
And at this point, I think there is no paving at all on this.
It's a dirt road there.
Yeah.
I've driven down it in my deliveries.
Right.
But, okay, so, but as far as snow plowing, if he wanted to get to his property or a neighbor wanted to, who would be responsible for that? Or even utilities in the future, if someone wanted to, if you wanted to build a house, and what is the situation if the township wanted to, like when I used to live in the condo association at Evergreen Woods, our maintenance fee, monthly maintenance fee, paid for the garbage pickup from a private contractor.
It'll be the private property owner's obligation to
Okay.
maintain.
How would that affect his neighbor, though?
Yeah.
How would that affect his neighbor, though? How would that affect his neighbor?
It won't affect his neighbor. The roadway in front of the neighbor's property will remain exactly as it is.
Well, when Councilman Fossin put up the map, I thought he said that one section of the property touched the, do you have that map right there, Councilman?
Yeah, he said that the corner of the...
I can't fit through. Sorry. I can't do it. No.
The neighbor, instead of being at the very end of this street,
yeah,
instead of the street going past his house, now will end at the far corner of his property. So he'll be able to drive down this roadway across the entire length of his property.
Okay, so the neighbor that does have property adjacent to him, it's not fronting on the road. In other words, that's what you're saying, right?
Right.
Okay, I was getting confused, but yep. Like I said, I've driven on both sides of that, so I've probably been on it. Okay, thank you. I just want to, like I said, because the residents in Tom's River, I know the mess that he had, but he has a lot of money, so he can afford to, take care of the street himself. All right, thank you.
Anyone else on this ordinance? Mr. Scott?
Couple of questions. One, the township attorney said that we're not allowed to get money. I had thought previous administrations, when we vacated properties that were adjacent to two properties, we did get monetary compensation, sometimes split by the two adjacent properties. What Mr. Starkey is saying is that's not allowed. How was it allowed before?
There's a difference between when it's a property and when it's a roadway, if what I'm understanding you to say.
That's right.
Is that correct?
If the township owns the property, physically owns the property that's there, and I'm not talking just has roadway rights. If it owns it, it can split it and sell it to the neighboring property owners, because that would be title to that property. In this case, the township does not have title to the property, only has rights of the street.
Okay. A couple of things. Was the owner of 379 Iroquois notified? And also, you did a great presentation to Cedarcroft tonight. I asked the president of Cedarcroft on the way out what he thought about this. He said, we were never notified. He said, I didn't even know it was happening until tonight. I think that's, I'm not going to say rude, but why weren't they notified?
The statute requires rights of residents who adjoin the roadway to be notified of it. The residents of Cedarcroft are not going to be affected in the least because they don't traverse that portion. It's a dead end that is completely surrounded by this person's property. So
all along in this resolution, it said that this is done for the benefit of the public interest. I think they had public interest. I think they me personally, I think they should have been notified, just out of courtesy. It's amazing. Mr. Fosman brought up about Mr. Mumolo, bringing forward this whole thing at the planning board. He had the right to do so. And I'm not against the vacating, just so that you know that. What I am against is the guy getting it for free, the new owner getting it for free. And something that Mr. Starkey said, oh, well, I was working with the township planner for about a year. The gentleman paid $675,000 for two of the lots and $175,000 for another lot. The lot that he paid $175,000 for is 60 by 80. This vacating is giving him almost 30 by 80, which is half of the amount of what he just paid $175,000 for. It must be worth it to him because he already said it's worth $175,000. He paid it and he closed on it in 2018. The tax assessor assesses it for $104,000. So that lot is worth money. I say this is also worth money. In addition to which, if Mr. Starkey says he was working with the township planner for almost a year, and I was the owner of that property prior to this closing, and you're taking this up at this time, it really is making this land a lot more valuable because now the owner that's going to own the 3 lots is going to have one contiguous property from Princeton Avenue all the way down to the river. And I was there to look at it also. It's a huge piece of property. Definitely worth something, not worth nothing. Yes, will he, to Nan's question, is he going to pay taxes on it at a later date? Of course he will. It's going to add to the value of the property. Again, it's a large piece of property. With that said, again, my biggest concern is that there's no compensation due to the township. I don't think that's in the best interest of the public. The present property owners, as I already stated, paid $175,000 for 60 by 80, and that was for 380 Iroquois, the address which is the 60 by 80. You're giving him roughly 4,166 square feet. The 60 by 80 is only 4,800 square feet, so there's no way that this is worth zero. My other question is, why now? wasn't done before. Is it because of the new owner? So I have some questions about that. The new owners are Barry Morello. Is there any affiliation with any companies that he does business with the township, to the best of your knowledge? Are these the same people that own the marina at the end of Manahawkin Road, or the insurance company that we've done business with by the same name? I'm curious.
I don't have the answer to that.
Somebody should.
I'll try to take those in order. So you said a few things I wanted to respond to. The first is you made note of the fact that the planning department and I spent a year on this, and I want to tell you why we did that, because we do it on every time a request for any kind of roadway vacation comes up. Our job is to make sure the public interest is served. So we look hard at these to make sure that there is not a reason for the public to retain rights in that. Traverse to another property will landlock a parcel, will prevent access to a waterway, to the beach. If there's any public purpose, then in maintaining that, then we will recommend a denial of the application. So we did take time because we wanted to be sure. In fact, we found that the MUA has an easement interest in there, which is being preserved by our ordinance. It's not being given up. You asked why now, and the simple answer to that is the property owner applied for it now, so it came to consideration. I believe the reason he applied for it is because he acquired the properties that are on both sides. If those properties on both sides and the one at the end are owned by different people, there's a very good public reason to keep that roadway, and that is for access to those properties. Once he acquires all of those properties, that need for access ceases because he's the only person who owns those properties. So he applied for it.
Could I just interrupt you right there so I don't lose track? So you're saying that the new purchaser, this Barry and Sally Murillo, came to the township and said, okay, now that we own all of these three properties, we would like you to vacate this and give us this property. That's what you're saying.
Typically, that's the way it happens. People come in and request a roadway vacation for any and all reasons. Sometimes the town considers it doesn't need it, but more usual, it's someone comes in and requests it, and then we do an analysis as to whether or not we have a public reason to maintain that roadway. That's right.
Okay, so you have first-hand knowledge of who these purchasers are since they followed a request.
I've never met them.
Okay.
I mean, I know their names, from seeing them on paper, but I don't know who they are. You asked why can't we sell it to them? There's one simple explanation for that, and that is we don't own it. The township does not own that land. The only property interest the township has is to use that for a roadway. We can't sell that right to use for a roadway. We can't sell that land. We can't put anything up on it because we don't own it. We can only use it for a roadway if it serves a public purpose, and here it doesn't. So you can't sell what you don't own. The second reason is it's legally prohibited. In fact, Judge Cervatelli, who used to be down here in Ocean County, had a case where I think it was Berkeley Township demanded from a development company that they pay in order for the township to vacate roadways. And Judge Cervatelli said, no, it's illegal. A town can't demand payment from a property owner in order to vacate roadway right if there's no public interest. That's the only analysis to be made. So we can't demand money, and we can't sell it because we don't own it. So,
could we ask for a donation if you would donate some money to the town?
You could ask anybody. You could ask anybody you want, but you need to be careful because then
we're giving a gift here.
You just got to be careful what you're skirting a line that you don't want to cross by asking people for money as a condition of taking public action.
Okay, so my question to the council is, are these owners in any way connected to other projects or companies that do business with Brick?
I can tell you that Murillo, I don't know if it's this Murillo or the other Murillo, but I think they may be brothers, own a property in North Jersey, and they are doing something over in at the end of Manilokin Road. They have some involved in that project, but they're not owners of it. I'm not involved in that, so I'm not sure what they're doing.
Okay, but if you're saying that they own that marina at the end of Manilokin Road,
No, they don't. I'm saying they don't own it, but they're involved with it.
they don't own
I've
it.
heard they're advising or something.
Are they not the ones that are trying to get the 75-foot?
No, those aren't. That's the,
Because in the paper it said Joe Murillo, his
No,
brother, and a third party.
yes, they're involved. No, but the applicants there are, because the applicants there I've met several years ago, but Ferreira is her name. Nelson Ferreira, and he has a brother whose name I forget right now.
Okay.
But they're Ferreira brothers from North Jersey, a contracting company.
Okay. Does this owner have anything to do with IMAC Insurance?
I don't know that.
Does
I don't know.
the mayor or the business administrator know that?
I know Joe Murillo. He's part of IMAC, but this isn't Joe Murillo, according to what you guys are talking about.
Well,
But
Could
can
be,
I say
Go
this?
ahead.
It doesn't matter to me, or I don't think it should matter to the council or the mayor, who the property owner is who applies. That's not the issue. The issue is, does the roadway serve a public purpose? And when an applicant comes in, we don't ask them, well, who are you, who do you know, who are you connected to? Because we want to know that when we make a decision. We don't. We make our decisions based on public planning purposes as to whether or not we're going to vacate roadways. I don't know if this guy's involvement, or if he knows somebody who knows somebody. It doesn't matter to me, because he's a property owner, he owns the land, he's entitled to make his request, and we review it under the same standard we do for any person who comes to town making that same request.
Right? Okay. I'm just trying to connect the dots that if it is, and contributions were made to political parties, then there's definitely
Scott,
conflict.
I got to
That's
tell
all
you,
I'm saying.
sometimes you cross the line.
Okay.
We reviewed this
I'm looking
for
at
public
the
purpose.
taxpayers' advantage. I'm asking
So
a
am I.
question. Okay.
So am I.
And so I'm
And
asking
I just don't like you, making
a question
insinuations
that I think
about
deserves an answer.
motivations that are not what they are. My motivation is to protect the taxpayers and the public on this.
Scott, 20-something years ago, I did a road vacation myself. I didn't pay anything. I paid a lot of money in fees for engineering work, that type of thing, surveys, and things of that nature. But there was no fees that had to be paid.
So let me ask you, when you say you did a road vacation, you acquired the vacated property, or you gave it to somebody? Or you acquired the vacated property?
I owned the property on both sides. It was family piece. And then it was vacated, and it became one piece, and then was subdivided.
Okay.
There's no compensation that had to be paid.
All right, so you dabble in real estate. Do you not agree that now that if it is vacated, and probably going to be, that it makes this particular property a lot more expensive? I'm just thinking, if it was being worked on for a long time, why, if I were the previous owner and it was being contemplated, why I wasn't notified? But Mr. Starkey is saying that didn't happen because the new purchasers came forward to try to have this vacated. And I could see them doing that, because why would they want to pay anything? They paid $175,000 for a 60 by 80. So it seems like a bargain to me. Thank you.
Mr. Foster?
Okay, we're still on the vacating a portion of right-of-way, correct? Okay. Just want to make a quick comment. Just want to comment. I don't mean any disrespect to Mr. Starkey, but I'd just like to point out that we do have a problem with, I'm not making any snide comments or any allegations or anything, but we have to keep in mind that we do live in a town that has had a history of corruption in government. And, I mean, we lost a mayor, a councilman, a business administrator, an entire engineering firm. The Gilmore and Monahan law firm is under investigation by the FBI. There were subpoenas sent out for them. So I just think that people should keep that in mind and not try to get, like again, I'm not saying making any comments about Mr. Starkey or anything. I have a high opinion
Or
of
the
you.
mayor, or the business
Yeah,
administrator,
yeah.
or any member of the
Yeah,
council.
I just said,
I want to
yeah.
be clear, there's,
I understand, but I'm just saying,
Talking about
you have to,
past history.
I'm just making a general statement, it's just that we have to keep in mind how corrupt our government in town, not the current one, but it has been in the past. Like I said, we lost a mayor, councilman, business administrator, entire engineering firm, so I just think that people should keep that in mind, and I'm just not making any comments that Mr. Stark is dishonest. I just want to don't want people to, be, I don't want to say overreact, but I can understand what, just be sensitive to that fact that, we should keep in mind that we should be vigilant, I guess would be the word, towards anything that is maybe not corruption, but dishonesty, and we have to keep in mind that we've had members of the council over the years that have not exactly been forthcoming with the public, put it that way. So I just want to point out to you, and like I said, I've spoken to Mr. Starkey many times, and Mayor Ducey and Mr. Starkey and Joanne Bergen have been very good for us, and I just wanted to say that. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone? Yes, sir. This is about the Iroquois Drive ordinance, correct?
Sure is.
Okay.
Jesse Armstrong, I live on Route 88. It seems to me that this guy's making a pretty good business decision for himself, and everyone's mad that they're not getting something out of it. But I don't think that the public, the taxpayer, we don't deserve anything more than his taxes from this, because we're vacating the street. I don't understand really what the problem is. It doesn't make sense to me. But I'd like to say something about the corruption aspect. That is a very serious allegation. You really shouldn't say that. We do have a problem in Ocean County, but campaign financing is all available online, and you can look it up yourself before accusing people.
Anyone else on the ordinance? All right. Seeing none, close public. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
After hearing Mr. Starkey give his explanation to me before, I believe we'll be collecting tax money on it, and there's no way to get any revenue from this, vacating this street, so I vote yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
It's probably been done hundreds of times. Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're now at public comment. Madam Clerk?
Please note that each person addressing the council during any section of the meeting during which public comment is permitted shall limit his or her remarks to 5 minutes pursuant to Brick Township Administrative Code, Section 2-33B.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Thank you for your patience.
I'll make it brief. I just want to drain. I'm writing here and appearing here to seek assistance correcting an issue of public health and safety in my neighborhood, Venata Woods. I live at 510 Riverside Drive South. My name is Sherry Capostanio. A little closer? Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay. We have dirty, slimy water being directed out of a neighbor's property at 2 Riverside Drive West onto public streets, both Riverside Drive West and Riverside Drive South, by means of a PVC pipe constantly flowing 24 hours a day. Its greenish water runs all over the street, downhill in the roadway, past another home, to a drain in front of our home at 510 Riverside Drive South. It's a liability because it is just a matter of time until someone is hurt, either by slipping or by an uninformed motorist navigating through the drainage and losing traction. We're all afraid they're going to end up in our house. In addition, visitors have to park in dirty, greenish water and step carefully without slipping. Parents had to carry their kids across the slimy water during Halloween. When we built our home last year, I began calling the municipal office for our engineering division, and after several attempts, Mr. Ken Schaefer finally took my call. I was told that this drain pipe setup is exactly what he wanted the homeowner to do, that is, to drain off his property and run into the street. Additionally, he stressed emphatically that drains cost $50,000, and he is not planning another one for us in Venata Woods. This issue was spontaneously brought up last night at one of our Venata Woods Property Owners Association meetings because of its liability and because of the blight. They're also afraid of mosquito season. A drain directly below the obvious runoff pipe at this neighbor's property, 2 Riverside Drive West, would likely solve the problem. Thank you for considering this. I collected the signatures of the neighbors that I could find this afternoon.
If you would leave it with the council
Ladies, get it?
secretary?
Thank you.
You have the addresses and everything so we can follow up? Okay. Is there contact information on that so that we can follow up with you and get back in touch with you on a phone number or an email address so that we can follow up? Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
I'll bring them up. I have them fastened. As a member of the Venata Woods, Betty Murison, 11 Riverside Drive West. As a member of the Venata Woods community, I've been concerned about a problem with water draining from a house that is on the corner of South Riverside Drive and Riverside Drive West. We have owned our home since 2000, and it has been our retirement home since 2003. Until last year, there was never a problem with either standing or draining water at this corner. Last year, I called the Township Building Department to ask what was going to be done with this water. The gentleman, unfortunately, I did not write down a name, I spoke with told me that the homeowner was following the Township's directive to drain water from, I don't know if it's a basement or a crawl space. I was told that it would eventually flow around the corner and down Riverside Drive South to enter a storm drain that is piped into our lagoon with an outtake pipe that is visible from my home. I questioned why one resident was allowed to impact neighbors and was told that's how it will be. I mentioned my concern with mosquitoes and other insects along with the diseases they bring, ice problems in the winter, and general inconvenience while trying to walk or bike around that corner. I've downloaded information about French drains because he did tell me that's what they were using. French drains are a little controversial. I have printed out, and I will leave for whoever is interested, information about French drains. We moved here from Branchburg in Somerset County. Our development was built on former pasture land, and the development abutted a meandering stream. As houses were being built, one house had an exterior foundation wall collapse because of underground running water. Each of the houses was built with a French drain anchored by a deep hole that could be fitted with a sump pump. From our neighbor's house west, there were 5 houses to the corner, and each had a sump pump that ran after every heavy drain. Between 2 of the houses, water poured out of the ground with heavy rains. Underground water was the explanation, and no one was allowed to pump that water into any place that would impact others. I'm wondering if this is part of the problem that we're having here with underground water. When I called again this January to discuss the ridiculous ice patches that we were experiencing, I was told that I should call Brick Public Works and they would come out and sand or salt. When I questioned how often, I was told every day if needed. The problem with this solution is that if you don't have a window that looks out at the corner, you are there before you know, and you'd be a fool to walk on the street to investigate. Now we're at the cusp of mosquito season. When you live on the water, you know there is the possibility that you will be feeding mosquitoes in the summer. I have cornered the market on citronella plants for this year, but having such a large, watery spot is a recipe for disaster. In addition to West Nile virus, we can now look forward to the arrival of the Asian tiger mosquito. This breed of mosquito is the one that causes the Zika virus. I have downloaded excellent information from the Ocean County Mosquito Extermination Commission, which stresses the importance of eliminating all sources of standing water, including bottle caps. If bottle caps are a problem, what kind of breeding ground do we have at this corner? One of the curious things about this problem is that it didn't exist for many years after we moved here. On my picture board, you will see a large picture that I took June 29th, 2018. There's not a pipe in the picture, and there's no water in the street. I also have taken pictures of ice, leaves and water, and today's pictures. I'll leave the pictures, I'll leave my paperwork. I also have a video. I don't have the wherewithal to figure out how to show you that other than give you my phone. The corner is unsightly, terribly messy, and at times dangerous. Please rethink the current solution that we've been given by the building department, I guess, and I thank you for your consideration of this problem.
Thank you.
Maybe the health department would be a good one to go to.
Mr. Finelli?
A couple meetings back, I talked about a utility company digging up newly paved Manalocan Road. Remember that conversation? And we were led to believe that there was going to be a number of small inspection holes. Today, I counted the holes on the way to the meeting. There's 16 of them in the new section between Villa Victoria and Visitation Church. So it's not a very big area, but there's 16 of them. 12 of them, I would guess, would be what I would consider inspection holes, maybe 4 foot by 6 foot. But 4 of them run right across the whole road. It's not an inspection hole, it's a trench. I know that's a county road, but is there any way we can send an inspector out there just to see what kind of job they did in refilling what they dug up? Or
I have an update because somebody asked me on my Facebook show. So
wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you. So the county, there's a 425-day contract that the gas company has, which doesn't expire for a long time. They don't have to pave until the end of that contract. So they estimate it'll be the spring or summer of 2020 when they smooth it out again, permanently. In the meantime, they'll fill the potholes, but it's going to be what it is until they pave at the end of this 425-day contract.
So we're going to look at a new section of road in 425 days, but in the meantime, we've got to live with whatever they do?
That's what the county says, and you can check. That's the information they gave. If you want to try to follow up, John Ernst.
No, I don't want to try to follow up. If they tell you
that's
that,
all
they're
they told
going
me.
to tell me.
That's.
So there's no way that we can send an inspector out just to see if they filled in the holes correctly?
Well, I did check with Alyssa on that. She said they're going to settle. It takes them 90 days to settle, but they're not coming out to do anything with them until the end of the contract. Anyway, but she said, if that was the end of the contract, no, they're not proper. She wouldn't have any authority over it, but she's saying it's not done right. But she's also saying it'll be done right according to the county engineer at the end of the 425-day contract.
So if in 3 months there's a big hole there, we got to live with it till next year?
No. The county road crew will come out and fill potholes and things like that. Yeah, you have to make the requests.
The whole thing stinks.
Oh, it's horrendous.
Thank you.
Yep, it's unbelievable.
Ms. Call?
Dan Carl, 18 Greenbrier Boulevard. Get rid of the things I plan to say, and I want to build on what Mr. Foster said and what the Venado Woods said. Number one, what Mr. Foster said. We had a mayor who pleaded guilty to extortion. His business administrator, and I am talking from my own personal experience, did me wrong. The engineering company did me wrong at that time. Alyssa was the engineer assigned to the town, but she was working for Birdsall, where the business administrator, Mr. McFadden, went after doing me a terrible wrong. And it came at a time when I was in one of the most vulnerable situations with personal problems. And let me tell you, it concerns the Venado Woods situation. I have a basement. I'm one of the few people in Greenbrier 2 that has a basement. And lo and behold, all of a sudden, one year, I started having big puddles. Big, not on my property. They were well, it started on mine, and that was the association that didn't do their job, and that's misunderstood. But the big common property that I told you was where I believe the landing for aircraft was. All. Now, of course, the common elements are a number of homes on Greenbrier Boulevard, a number of, all the homes are from the boulevard along Everest South to Vernon Court, and up Vernon Court on my, that backs up on my side. The other side has problems, but that was a situation years ago. But now, the house on Vernon Court, he just put in a drain. Now, I had problems with Comcast, and I told the gentleman that came out, and they insisted on a site visit, and I would not let them in the house because I said, I did my own cabling, I know it is not in the house. And a higher level came out on a Sunday, probably because he didn't want to be caught by the union. And he said to me, and I told him up front, I said, my gut tells me that the cable got waterlogged and rotted. So he says, the amazing thing is the signal is fine going in your house. The signal is fine over here at whatever they call that stanchion. It's in between. So what he wound up doing is finding out that what I said was right. And he put a hook up, that was what I term in lay language, an extension cord from that stanchion to my home so I could get Comcast. A short time goes by, they did, they came out and they put it underground. Short time later, after I proved to the association that the water that was accumulating at the back of my house on the side between 16 and mine, that there must be a buried sprinkler head that's broken, and every time you turn the water on, it goes out unchecked. The irrigation company wouldn't believe it, so finally, when they thought they fixed it, and I knew it wasn't, and I said, okay, come with me. And I walked him from the front of the house to the back. I said, dry. And he says, yeah, because we haven't had anything. Dry, big puddle, why big puddle back here? And it's coming down inside my house. I wound up having Verizon come out and Ken Schaefer at the same time. And the water was pouring down that side of the house and had nothing to do with the sprinkler head. It had to do with the lack of drainage. Ken Schaefer had a plan. And his plan was not to put in that pipe out to the curb. His plan was that they would put a pipe underground under Ever South and go out to the branch of the Beaverson Dam Creek where it would drain there. It was October of 2005. I had talked to Alyssa Cummins. Alyssa assured me that I would get a report. And I said, well, I'm secretary of the association, so I should get it. No, you are the complaining homeowner, you get a report. October 2005. In April 2006, I started to inquire. Now, somebody snuck me a copy of the letter that Alyssa Cummins, and I still have it, sent to Scott McFadden, telling him we've been working with Mrs. Carl to correct this problem, and we have a solution. And they were going to do it, but they wanted the association to sign off on doing it. Well, turns out the association never had to do that because they didn't own any of that land. It's my land. Only I needed to be involved. So, time goes by. I stood here. Scott McFadden takes his, I'll call it terminal leave, because he was going to go to Birdsville as president of a subsidiary. And Scott Pizarris got stuck with hearing me at every public meeting. I didn't do it at the caucus meetings. And said, I'm still waiting for the report. I'm still waiting. And they told me, Scott Pizarris would tell me that he would have it for me Thursday. Finally comes the last day that Scott McFadden, and I don't think he worked during the day, only at the council meeting that night. And I said, well, it's now after 9 o'clock on this night, and it was June, the end of June, and I still don't have the report. I'll have it for you after the meeting. Well, the report he gave me looked nothing like the report Alyssa sent him. Perfectly different from it. So you had a corrupt mayor, you had a business administrator who was deceitful and corrupt, and you had Birdsville Engineering, totally corrupt and in league with it. So what Mr. Foster said is absolutely correct. Now, I'm going to have to find some honest attorney in this state that will take my case, because now on 3 sides of my property in the basement, the water has left, I don't know if it's mold or what have you, and yes, I'll have to get EPA. However, the other thing I was missing is I never got the association information I should have had before I signed. Between the contract and the closing, I should have had all the records. And it turned out, finally, from one man, not too long ago, I got the original documents, and it says that U.S. Homes went before the planning board in Brick. Well, of course, that's lost in the fire in the vault. We know that. And I did get also from the county afterwards, but man in my community who kept every single thing says that the association is responsible to maintain the grading and the drainage, and they never did, and all my complaints and my going before the association and insisting, and the attorney told them to get an engineer in, Falcon Engineering came, and they colluded behind my back. I wasn't spoken to as part of it, and said, oh no, they don't have any responsibility to do it. So I can tell you firsthand. Now, when he went on to talk about Gilmore and Monahan, that's a totally different experience and case. But when he made those statements, they are 100% factual, and I'm here to give testimony to it. So, Venato, I would suggest that they should look and see if perhaps somebody, like a board of trustees that doesn't even know what to do, should have been maintaining the grading and drainage. It's a little bit different. They're on the water. I'm not. I'm not even on that creek that some people call our lake, which is not a lake. And George Savasco, when I first moved here, I asked him, who owns that piece of land behind Blue Ridge Drive? Oh, nobody knew anything. But it's right there in the papers I got from the gentleman. It describes the property, including that airport landing strip, and says that that is a branch of the Beaverson Dam. creek that goes out, goes under Burnt Tavern, goes behind Greenbrier, and where the original Burnt Tavern rehab was, now Willow Springs. So it was 100% factual, and you can't fault him for telling truthful things at a meeting like this.
Thank you. Mr. Truex.
Thank you, Council. Bill Truex, 404 Adamston Road. Last week we were noticed by Brick Township that there is a meeting this Thursday in regards to whether the RR1 zones in Bricktown are able to grow marijuana for farming uses. And that is up for vote on this Thursday at a special meeting. So I know what? Oh,
No.
I'm sorry. I thought.
No.
I know we've been through a lot since this all began. First, we found out that an unlicensed business and individuals decided to open a marijuana dispensary and grow house and processing facility in a residential zone on a rural residential property. We had a number of zoning board meetings and hearings. The applicants withdrew their proposed marijuana dispensary. They then changed their plans to a solely a marijuana grow house without a dispensary. This plan did not even have a hearing before the applicant again withdrew that plan. Then we understand that the applicant changed their proposal to a hemp grow house to grow hemp, not marijuana. A hearing for this was scheduled. This was going to be a determination, I believe, this week, whether they could use that facility, that property, an RR1 property, to grow marijuana or hemp, which would cover the entirety of the town. It wouldn't be just for that property. We were noticed on Friday from our attorney that the attorney for the applicants, 385 Adamson Road, Jersey Shore Therapeutic Healthcare, I have the letter here from Dennis Galvin, their attorney. It's addressed to the town's attorneys, Mr. Hensel and Mr. Cucciario. It states, "My client has decided to grow lettuce based upon the plans submitted. In my view, that eliminates the need for an interpretation. As such, there is no reason to have a meeting at the Civic Center. Yours truly, Dennis Galvin." Based upon this letter, you do not have an application before the town for a marijuana business. You now have an application submitted by this attorney for them for a lettuce farm. It is now the time that the council take up this matter to, I believe, ban or put in an ordinance that any medical marijuana grow house or facility or dispensary can only be placed in a commercial or industrial zone. This is the other points that I would like to go on with on that is the Brick Township should also not accept further changes to this applicant's application via phone call. They should have to resubmit a new application based upon a completely new business. Lettuce and marijuana and hemp are completely different things. They should not be able to just on the fly say, oh, you know what, we're going to go with lettuce this week. That should not be how this is handled. I also recommend that all future plans and proposals from these individuals be either denied or given far greater scrutiny because they've already cost the taxpayers of Brick Township far too much money on legal fees, paid hours by police, township officials, only for them to keep changing their plans and playing games. A lettuce farm, that's far from what they were attempting to do in the first place, and clearly a lettuce farm on that property would not be a sustainable business. That's a joke. They must think you are all fools. Please pass an ordinance banning it before there's another application submitted for a marijuana business. I would also like to ask Mr. Starkey that because this applicant has withdrawn their applications for the marijuana business, for a hemp business, before being heard by Brick Township. At this point, shouldn't Brick Township be insulated from suit from this applicant because they have withdrawn their application prior to a hearing? Should that not give us some insulation from protection against them suing, saying that we did something to harass them, intimidate them, stop them? They withdrew all these applications on their own via letters that the township received, via changes to their proposals. That would be a question.
Yeah, if I can't just give an update on your history of events. I spoke with the attorney for our zoning board yesterday, and he told me that, or actually, I'm sorry, it was today, and he told me that the zoning board intends to proceed on Thursday night with their special hearing because that was referred to them by the planning board. So he indicated that they're not accepting what you said as a withdrawal of the application, that the zoning board will be addressing it. And I want to tell you that because you make a number of good points tonight. I'm going to caution the mayor and council here not to comment, and I want you to understand why I'm doing that. There is a forum where everything you just said is going to be heard, and it's going to be the zoning board on Thursday night. If a member of this council comments on that pending land use application, there's a risk, and it is a legitimate risk, that any action by the zoning board will be tainted and could be overturned, whether that's in favor of the applicant or in favor of the objectors. And I can say that because it's actually happened here in Brick. It's about 15 years ago when they commented. So I'm just going to say that your points are good points. They need to be made to the zoning board on Thursday night, not to this body, because this body does not have jurisdiction over the application you're talking about.
No, but my question is, they have withdrawn their application for a marijuana business from a medical marijuana dispensary. Then they changed their application on the fly to a marijuana grow house, and then once again on the fly, they changed it to a hemp grow house, and now they want to create a lettuce grow house. Based upon a legal document from their attorney, they are not proceeding, according to this letter, as a marijuana business. I understand that the zoning board is hearing this, and it's in regards to all rural residential zones in Brick Township, and it's because they brought this matter forward. But according to what they submitted, they're looking to grow lettuce. Now,
these are good points. I don't know what they're applying for. I don't know if they have withdrawn their application, if they're allowed to, and I don't know what the zoning board is going to hear and decide. You can get up at the zoning board hearing, and I'd urge you to do that to make your points, because what you're saying are points that the zoning board and if the planning board ever hears anything, should be hearing and listening, because, like I said, they're valid points. It's just that the council tonight does not have the authority to take any action on what you're saying. It's just not within their jurisdiction. Land use applications, pending, not pending, withdrawn, filed, all of that is within the jurisdiction of the planning board and the zoning board, and Thursday night, the issues you've raised are going to be addressed.
Okay, I have just one more question. Is it possible that the town can enact a rule or an ordinance that future applicants for any type of business, a liquor store, restaurant, whatever it may be, that they are required to have the legal authority to possess, sell, and distribute whatever product they may be asking for in their application before Brick Township wastes taxpayer dollars on going through this whole application process for someone that does not even have the right to create, grow, distribute this product because they need the legal authority granted to them by the state, which obviously it's not there.
It's a simple question. Unfortunately, the answer is not simple, because there are federal licenses, there are state licenses, and sometimes those governing authorities, which have primary jurisdiction, will say to someone, you need to get your approvals first and then come to us. So we can't always say you have to go get a license first because the higher authorities say that it doesn't work that way. So we're bound to that on some licenses and applications. Some we can require proof, but
Okay.
It's hard not.
It just seems
to
like
go
a
either.
big, so far, a big runaround and a waste of money so far. Thank you.
Thank
See you
you.
soon. Thanks.
Mrs. Diaz.
Diana Diaz, 409 Raleigh Road. Just to kind of talk to Bill's statement that he made. I understand that you guys, or Mayor Ducey, you can't speak to an existing application, but as far as the hearing for Thursday is concerned and the township's decision to go forward with it, I agree. I think a hearing needs to be done so that we can make a decision, or the township, as well as residents, should be able to make the decision whether or not the RR1 zone should allow, whether it be hemp, marijuana growth, in terms of whether it's conforming or conventional use. That's great. I still think it needs to be had. However, what you guys can do, town council, right, is that you can amend ordinances, correct? So in this particular case, as far as we know it, the applicant, in a letter, stated that they are not growing marijuana or hemp. They are growing lettuce. So what we are trying to do here is have an amendment done to the ban that it currently exists to recreational to add medicinal. We're saying right now there's literally not a location properly in Brick that can house a 48,000, 17,000, whatever you want to call it, square foot grow house that's not going to affect residents or even commercial properties, business owners for that matter. You know, this is really something that needs to be put in a proper location, which I believe, and it's not, maybe not, it has to be my particular, choice, but industrial zoned location. But in the end, as far as what you guys are capable of doing, you're capable of amending. You're capable of amending ordinances. You're capable of putting ordinances together, and that's why we're here. We're here to talk to, let's amend this ordinance that you currently have on recreational marijuana to include medicinal, because there is no existing application to speak to that. They're growing lettuce, so they can grow all the lettuce they want. They can grow it, they should be able to grow it in the normal way, which is outdoors. It does not have to be put into a 48,000, 17,000, whatever square foot facility at that point in time. So I'm here, I'm standing here, my other neighbors are standing here, and we're asking that an amendment be made to the ordinance to include medicinal marijuana, hemp. Throw it all in there. It's not a proper, there's not a proper location in Brick. If you can name me a proper location where it's not going to affect residents directly, then have at it. Put it there.
Yes, sir.
Jesse Ernst from Route 88. Man, I didn't expect to talk about this. I actually came in with a question I'll ask first. It's my understanding that Brick Council has the authority to implement some form of rent control, and I'm sure you're aware that New Jersey's rent is getting out of hand. So my first question now is there any form of rent control in Brick, or is there any plans to implement rent control in Brick?
No, we don't have rent leveling board or rent control in Brick. No.
And we have no plans ever to control the rent?
Unless it's governed by state law, which sometimes is for affordable housing projects, not to my knowledge.
Okay, and I'll tackle the medicinal marijuana issue. I think it would be foolishly ignorant, especially since you already said that the recreational ban doesn't even exist, so that ordinance doesn't even exist right now because the state took away all those ordinances made by townships. But anyway, To ban it medicinally would be extremely ignorant, because I know multiple people that have gotten off of opiates, that have recovered from epilepsy, recovered from Parkinson's. I know an 85-year-old man who shakes endlessly, smokes one joint, stops shaking, lives a normal life. You need to do research. I know that you don't want it next to you. That's fine. But to ban medicinal marijuana, to ban medicinal cannabis, would be to take medicine away from people while we live in a township with how many liquor stores? How many liquor stores? Yeah, you're banning the distribution.
Sir, please address your comments to the chair up here, not to members of the audience.
That's all I have to say.
Mr. Diaz.
Marcel Diaz, 409 Raleigh Road. Last time we were here at the council meeting, I believe you told me that Councilman Mumla was working on the RR1 code, or...
Not RR1. We were looking at land use meeting. You have brought up 1,000-foot
I brought up a couple different things, yeah.
requests.
Mm-hmm. And
We haven't had a land use meeting since.
we haven't had one. Is there one scheduled? No.
And I made a note and we'll be scheduling.
Okay. And, to be clear, it's not that we don't want medical marijuana in Brick. We just don't want it in an RR1 zone. In a rural residential zone, it doesn't belong, right? And I know that you told them not to speak about it, but once again, we have letters from the attorney stating that they're not foregoing that now. They want to grow lettuce. So my question is, and you guys have touched upon it before, when an application has either been denied or was incomplete or was changed, right? In the last council meeting, you told me there was many different ways that they could have handled it. Have they paid their application fee to reapply? Have they gone in the proper way that you make most people, when they apply, go through those steps? And for what my attorney is telling me is that they haven't. Is that it's kind of slid across to where we can't talk about it because it's not definitive in the letters that they're putting out there. Have they withdrawn? Have they not withdrawn? They're changing the plan. Is that the proper way to do it? And this ties our hands as a public to speak about what we want.
Sorry, I didn't say you couldn't speak. I said you should speak.
No, I'm talking about what the council and the ordinances.
Let me tell you why I'm recommending the council not speak on this. There is a pending land use application. It's going to be heard by the zoning board Thursday night.
I understand.
Comments by the council, and this has happened before, are considered to taint that process when they're in favor or against or even neutral on an application. Judges have said when an application, for example, is denied by the, actually here it was granted, 15 years ago, it was granted by the zoning board, and objectors wanted to challenge it, and the judge said, well, objectors, I'm not going to let you, because the whole process is tainted by comments from the council members. So there's a real risk, both to your interests and to the applicant's interests, of anyone here commenting. And I certainly would not tell you not to speak. If you want to speak here, you're welcome to speak here. You can say whatever you want. You can also speak at the zoning board where you will get a response. No, and that's the proper form. It's an open public meeting. There will be public comment. You'll hear everything. Everything you just recited, I'm certain will come up at that zoning board meeting.
But what we're speaking to is an ordinance, on a town ban that's already in place, which is something that I think we should be able to talk about since they're growing lettuce.
Okay, well, I hear what you're saying. You can certainly talk about an ordinance you want to see. When you start talking about a particular land use application, that's when I have to caution them not to speak.
But I'm talking about our ban that we have currently in place. I'm not talking about the land use. I'm just giving that as an example. Because I was told we can't talk, or the council can't talk about it because of a pending application. Well, we're talking about a ban that was already put in place and putting an ordinance to that ban. There shouldn't be a reason why we can't talk to that.
You can talk about it.
And the council as well.
Well, the council has spoken about it in general terms. My only concern is to really protect their interests and yours by cutting off discussion by them on a particular land use application. And there is one pending. That is a pending land use application. That's my concern.
But our concern is that it's a pending application that has been perpetuated by the town, allowing it to go forward without the proper process of it being denied, which it was, because it was incomplete. It was in the letter from the attorneys here in town, and having them reapply, and it hasn't. And so for that matter alone, I feel like the council can't talk to it, we can't talk to it. It's,
The zoning board can. Right, that's what they're there for, to decide.
we're going to do that,
exactly
but
those
also,
kind of
too, we'd like to talk about the ordinance as well. And we would like to have that amended, so I'll put that out there again. Thank you.
Mr. Foster.
Sam Foster, 108 Teagle Drive in Brick. I have one quick comment about the marijuana grow facility. If people want to avoid just being placed in an area where, to avoid being around people, why not the Brick Industrial Park off of Route 70? Once again, in my travels as a delivery driver, I've delivered to there. It's off of Route 70. It's isolated. There's nothing around. And unfortunately, when I delivered there several years ago, a lot of buildings were, several were empty. And it's seemed to me be a perfect place to have if you're going to have it Brick at all, be a good place. I mean, some of the buildings are empty, as I said. It's isolated. It's out of everybody's way, and no residents around. I think that's something that the town should consider before you talk about banning it, all of it. Just my opinion. That's on that point. Just want to compliment Mayor Ducey. I've been here a while, but I just want to say I want to thank you very much for I posted this on Facebook. I don't know if you read it or not. But on the good job you've done, great job actually, with Trader Joe's and Little's both going into Brick Township. And I get they're both finalized, am I correct? In other words, it's going to happen. It's not, am I correct about that?
Yeah, Trader Joe's is going to be open sometime in September.
Oh, great, this year? Yeah.
And Lidl is, I don't think I know a date for Lidl. I think it's before September.
I'm looking forward to Trader Joe's. I don't have to go to Princeton anymore, so that's good. And I just have one question. Mr. Stark is here tonight, so I asked this earlier in the year. Since Mr. Stark is here, I'm glad he's here because maybe he can advise. I asked at the previous council meeting, Council President Zapsik, what policy you have in place, sort of if someone sees some misconduct going on and you don't see it yourself. I brought this up when I said I saw Harvey Langer acting up and mocking people when they were speaking. And several people since then have commented about other people doing it as well. And I've seen it tonight as well from one council person. And I just wanted to know, with some eye rolling, and she slapped a folder down in front of Councilman Fosman. Several people noticed it. I just want to know, this is inappropriate, and I wanted to know what the policy was. So if you have a policy, or if you could create a policy, what can we do to bring it to the attention of this improper conduct so that we don't have the meeting disintegrate, or for lack of a better word, like what happened last year when people were heckling speakers at the microphone, and it escalated to the point where I was attacked when I was walking out of the council meeting. Mr. Stark, you're here tonight, and Council President Zapsik, because it's important for politicians to set an example. And I tell you, I go to Tom's River Council meetings, I've gone to Ocean County Freeholder meetings, and I always compliment them when I'm there because they run very good meetings. No one feels unsafe there. I've never certainly heard of anybody being attacked on the way out, let alone by a former police officer in the town. That happened to me last year. And this is something that really has to be addressed by the council, the township actually. And I want to know what the policy was. What do we do? I mean, we just can't let it, because when people see this, I don't want to say that it would incite people to misbehave, but it's certainly not a good example to be setting for the public. Do you have any policy in place, Mr. Starkey or Council President Zapsik, so that we can? Do we go to one of the police officers in the back of the room? I know that Vera went to the police officer.
Is the policy that I'm supposed to be a little bit more aggressive with the use
No,
of this?
I
I
if you
say
don't see
that
it.
kind of jokingly, but seriously, Mr. Foster, I'm not a confrontational person. I choose to treat everybody as adults and expect that everybody will behave as adults, so I don't tend to be as aggressive with using this as I might have might ordinarily be.
Yeah, but but if you don't see something, like you didn't see Harvey Langer, what I saw, and also some people have mentioned it when I was speaking at a council meeting several months ago. I think it was Mr. I always forget his name.
Richard Gross.
He's not here now. Finelli, I think that's his name. Mr. Finelli, he said he saw someone rolling their eyes when I was talking at a council meeting. And I saw the same thing tonight when Councilman Fosman was speaking. I saw a councilwoman, I don't know if I should, councilperson, rolling her eyes and making faces. And when it came time to put a folder next to Councilman, she just threw it in front of him. But yet when she gave something to Mrs. Hartman or Miss Hartman, she put it in front of her and very politely. I mean, when people see this, like I said, I'm not saying it incites people to misbehave, but it's not a good example to set. And I don't want council meetings to get out of control like what happened last year when Council President was DeYoung and people were heckled. She did nothing to stop it. And as I said, it escalated. Words, and then I was attacked when I'm walking out of the room by a former Brick police officer, and I wanted to know what do we do to bring this to your attention or to the police's attention so that this can be addressed and stopped before it escalates. That's the point. That's the question I have. I'm asking for an answer.
No. All I can say is that I try and, says the chair, I try and set the tone for the meeting of civility.
Well, I understand, but I'm just asking, what if you don't see it? That's the point. That's the question I'm asking. What do I do to bring it to your attention so that person can be spoken to or admonished to prevent it from escalating? Mr. Starkey, can you advise, since you're a township attorney?
I think the chair has given a good answer.
Well, she didn't. The question I asked.
She maintains.
The question that I asked was, if she doesn't see it, what can we do? What can anybody do to bring it to her attention so it does not escalate?
Ms. Foster, I think that actually the chair does an excellent job of maintaining decorum in this chamber. I've been to a lot of town meetings, and they can get very raucous. Now, let me tell you this.
With all due respect, you weren't here last year when I was assaulted and people were heckling.
Well, I was going to address that. There's the gentleman in the back of the room, police officers. If there are concerns about violence or assault, your life, it's not the chair.
Excuse me, I have to interrupt here because I was assaulted in front of the special officer back there, and he saw it. And he's not going to say, and I already went to Internal Affairs to complain about him, and I posted this on Facebook, and Internal Affairs says, he couldn't make an arrest because he's special police second class. So I asked him, why didn't the regular police make an arrest on my assailant? And it turns out my assailant was a former Brick police officer.
I'm not here to address particular...
Well, you're saying something, Mr. Stark, in all due respect to you, and I'm not trying to be insulting here, but with all due respect for you to say that the council president does an excellent job. I'm not making a comment about her doing this council president doing a good or bad job. Certainly Councilwoman DeYoung didn't do a very good job because she allowed people to be heckled last year. Nan Carr was, I was, and nothing was done about that. And there was an assault that happened by a former Brick police officer. How do you think this makes Brick Township look? I'll tell you, I've been to other towns and they laugh. They laugh. You're assaulted by a former... My doctor told me don't go there anymore because you could be seriously hurt. And the sad thing is, seriously hurt by a former cop? Now the question I'm asking is, and I'm starting to get mad because, again, this is like when I ask about the budget, about the debt payments being done. I didn't get a straight answer either. And it's like, this one says that one says this. The simple question I have is, if the Council President Zapcic does not see something, what can we do, any citizen here do, to bring it to the attention of a proper authority to stop that misconduct so that it does not escalate to a crime being committed, regardless of whether it's a former Brick cop or not that does the crime?
Citizens have a right to go up to the microphone during public comment and make their grievances known.
You've
just done it.
But then that uses up our time on the clock.
Okay, well, thanks for coming.
Well, gee, thank you, but I mean, that's how can you say so? Why should... See, this is the problem I'm having here with the council meetings here. I know what happens in Toms River during Ocean County Freeholder meetings. And there, like I said, no one has ever been attacked by anybody during those meetings, let alone by a former police officer in that town or county. They can stand up and say, excuse me, and address the chairman of a freeholder, who is in charge of freeholder community, or the title, or in Toms River, and I've seen this happen, excuse me, so-and-so is being disruptive, and they can address it to the council president, Toms River. That way, citizens freedom of speech is not infringed upon by causing us to use their time up at the clock. We get 5 minutes. And in the past, this is one of the problems that I have, is that citizens are repeatedly interrupted, seems to me, simply by a deliberate attempt by some people to infringe on our freedom of speech, to use up our time on the clock, so you can shuffle us away from the microphone because the people in charge, well, some councilmen don't like what we say. Well, you may not like what we say, but we have a right to say it. What is it that we can do to stop that misconduct from occurring at that time so it does not escalate? You're telling me, from the very beginning of the meeting, let's just say someone is misbehaving, like I saw happen. Are you telling me, Mr. Starkey, that we should wait until the closing comment, the public comments, all the way to the end of the meeting, and have that misconduct continue all up to that time?
Yes.
But that's unacceptable.
Sir, there's a time and place for the public to comment in uninterrupted fashion.
No, I'm not talking about public comments. I'm talking about the public bringing to the attention of the council president something misconduct, not public comment. This isn't a comment. This is an attempt to maintain order in the room, and if the council president does not see it, you're telling me it can be allowed to continue until the public comments?
Sir, I don't have an answer that will satisfy you.
Well, I would hope that you would, because Tom Silver and the Ocean County Freeholders, they don't have this problem. People are treated with respect there, and I know I've gotten some council members up there mad at me because I had several of them tell me, why don't you compliment us? We're Democrats. Why don't you compliment us like you compliment the freeholders? Simple. The Ocean County Freeholders are reputable people. They respect the public, and they run a tight shift there. And the same thing to Tom Silver, Township of Tom Silver as well. Democrats and Republicans. And like I said, if you don't get this, nip it in the bud, so to speak, like what happened last year when Council President was DeYoung, I was assaulted because it continued to escalate because she wouldn't get the meeting under control. Now, I have to tell you, Mrs. Starkey, I know you're an attorney and I'm not, but I know something about law. And what do you think the legal liability would be if someone is seriously injured? Because instead of just being punched in the back like I was last year, are you really going to tell me that? And I know you might get mad at me for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Where's your responsibility to the public township of Brick for not giving us a straight answer and telling us what we can do to stop misconduct from occurring at that time so it does not escalate into a physical confrontation whereby someone is seriously injured or killed? And you're saying that they'll wait until the public comments is simply unacceptable. And I can go into the courts, and if you want to, we can go in front of a judge and have a judge write something up and enforce it through a court order. But what happened last year should not happen anywhere, and I have never heard of it happening anywhere, at least not recently and locally. And I'm telling you the way Tom Silver runs their meetings, and I'm telling you the way the Ocean County Freeholders run their meetings. People should be able to come here and be treated with respect, and that's what happens during Ocean County Freeholder meetings, and that's what happens during Tom Silver Council meetings. And I have to say I'm very disappointed in what you're saying, that we have to bring to your attention the attention of the council president during public comments. That's ridiculous. It really is. And if you want to do some research and get back to us in the future, or I'll file a motion in court to have a judge write something up, because we can't have this continue. We have it's the same person over and over. Last year, Council President DeYoung allowed people to be heckled. I mean, if people wanted to, they could file a civil rights lawsuit.
I understand your concerns. Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you.
This is a serious issue. Before someone gets seriously injured or even killed, and it has happened, don't think that the metal detectors out in the hallway can stop you. I mean, people could pick up disengage a chair or pick up a piece of furniture and someone could be beaten to death. And what happened last year should not happen again, and there's no excuse for it to happen last year, especially since the person, under any circumstances, let alone the fact that my assailant was a former Brick police officer who was friends with the police in town. And I went through the internal affairs, and they didn't give me a very good explanation either. So I just hope that you would like to avoid a confrontation in court with me, because I can have a judge enforce something through a court order.
I will look into it further.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to look into it too myself. Thank you.
Mr. Brill.
Stephen Brill, Jenny Court. I am sure that you are aware of the major traffic jam during the Memorial Day weekend. a 54-mile backup on the southbound Garden State Parkway, and a 20-mile backup on the northbound side. This is after billions of dollars was spent by the New Jersey Turnpike Authority to alleviate congestion. It has been said, build it and they will come. And they did. And the traffic jammed right next to Evergreen Woods. This situation demands your attention, as this also affects summer tourists visiting Brick's beaches. I request that you pass a resolution demanding the New Jersey Turnpike Authority and its traffic engineers remedy this situation ASAP. The welfare of Brick Township is at stake. Thank you.
Ms. Burrell, I believe the administration had a meeting on Friday about that. You can ask them.
Not on this specific...
On the wall.
Yeah, but this wasn't... I'm not talking about the wall. I'm talking about the traffic congestion.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Mr. Sluka, I didn't see your hand go up. I thought maybe you gave up. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I could be last or first. It don't matter. Okay, let me read my letter from May 20th. I addressed this. Dear Mayor Ducey, Council President Andrea Zapsik, Councilman and Councilwoman and all Brick residents and Ocean County residents as well. I attended a meeting this past Friday with Ms. Bergen about Evergreen Woods, along with Mr. Burrell and Ms. Spector. So because of that, I'm not going to talk about it because it was Friday and Monday was a holiday and stuff. But if Ms. Bergen wants to bring it up, that's fine with me. Otherwise, we'll wait until a future date. Okay, but with that being said, however, let me continue to plead for the council, the mayors, the administrators, and all citizens' support. In reality, we are all either workers or residents or both of Brick Township. In reality, and what happens is the New Jersey Turnpike has harmed each and every one of us. I was happy to hear Councilman Fosman at least took time to write a letter to the State House supporting the wall around Evergreen Woods condos. I was additionally happy to see the mayor make an attempt to broach the subject with aids from the governor, which again was about this past Friday's meeting. I must acknowledge the administration is making some effort to seek the truth as it concerns the toxins in the area and health implications upon all our residents. I am hoping that this Friday's meeting, or at least a summary thereof, will be brought up at this meeting today, but if not, we'll hear about it in the future. Hopefully this meeting is at least a part of the communications by Mr. Fosman and by the mayor with the elected officials in Trenton. It seems if that we don't act like Congress beholding to political parties, but rather of representatives of the people, we can get things done. Political parties are just a way, getting in the way, and cause heartache to us all. Some taxpayer-paid employees would rather bury their heads in the sand than to face the truth about these toxins flowing off major highways, including the Garden State Parkway, and are harming the health of everyone. Over the years, along with others, I have presented studies, articles, and reports detailing the problems associated with high traffic areas, like I said, this past weekend. And many of these articles I have given to our secretary as part of the public record. An employee, citizen, representative can go or look up the information themselves, so they can just go to the minutes of the council meetings over the past couple of years and ask to read some of the surveys and other studies. They can go to the secretary and ask for the sources that were used in these factual letters quoted, because they're also in the public record. It is high time we all acted together, and if we truly represent the people of the community, we should do what is best for all our people. A high wall and vast high and thick replanting of brush and trees are needed on the Garden State Parkway adjacent to Evergreen Woods. But additionally, near Brick High School, Primrose Gardens, Sutton Village, Greenbrier, even Town Hall here in Birchwood Park, and other places around the county, in order to correct some of the damage that was caused by the illegal actions of the Turnpike Authority. Some may not want to hear the facts, but the toxins are killing our seniors, harming our children, and hurting the development of babies yet to be born in their mother's womb. Instead of criticizing residents, ignoring facts, and not believing the thousands of studies, the council, the mayor, citizens, and employees should go to the hospitals, the libraries, and to the newspapers in order to seek the truth. Library personnel have been here and asked that we all come to the library, and don't be afraid to ask the head librarian for help in finding studies on highway pollution, asthma, autism, and COPD. I've read many of them here. Some may be afraid of the truth, but they are only fooling themselves, while others may believe the bureaucrats of the New Jersey Turnpike Authority or the powerful people who are profiteering at the expense of the health of tens of thousands of Ocean County residents. But it's time to seek the truth. Every citizen can go to the hospitals and ask the doctors and nurses if, at least in part, toxins are responsible for asthma, autism, COPD, and premature deaths. I beseech you to go to the library, each one of you, instead of hiding in the sand, and list the responsibility of high rate of autism in our school children and COPD of our seniors. The time for action is now. Seek out the truth. If anything I've said before the council over time is a lie, call me out on it. Call me a liar in front of the people. But if not, please make an effort to help the 76,000 residents of Brick and rest of Ocean County. Thank you for your time. John Sluka, 950 Sylvia Court.
John, I asked to be invited to that meeting, and I never received an answer from the mayor or the business administrator.
That email, Councilman Fosman?
You did?
Yes, I did.
Yes, and I was copied on it, and I got the response.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Jason Carey, 233 Cherry Clay Road again. I'd like to touch on everything everybody said. The water issue causing mosquitoes, it's very serious. I see 16 ads a day on my Facebook page for Mosquito Joe. I've got 100 videos of him spraying clover in the middle of the day, wiping out colonies of ground bees, bumblebees, and my honeybees. I raise honeybees. I give honey away to your board of council, your code enforcers. I give it away everywhere I go because it's good for people. It cures disease. I can't express how important honeybees are. Without them, we will all be gone. 2/3 of humanity will disappear within 5 years of them disappearing. We can't rely on chemicals to take care of the mosquitoes. We have to rely on retention basins that are treated properly with fill dirt, proper irrigation, or proper drainage. We can't keep saying, oh, Mosquito Joe's going to fix it, or chemicals. Salt and chlorine would help. My bees make their homes out of salt and chlorine. That's why they visit your pools in the summer, to grab chlorine out of the pool and make their homes for their children. The citronella, that's a great idea. Plants are our best friends as well. Plants can shoo away the mosquitoes from our properties. They can also be planted in these bins, as well as mosquito minnows, mosquito mites, different bacteria and molds. There's a good reason to go on to the next thing, the marijuana industry. They decided to grow lettuce instead. There's a reason for that, too. You can extract opiates from lettuce, so using the same process that they would use to extract the CBC and CBD and THC oils. Use that same process and you can make opium. Opium's a big product in New Jersey. Every doctor's pushing it. Many of them are going to jail because they're improperly handing it out like candy. I think there's 12 right now that are going to be seen before the court in Toms River. That's an epidemic in our town. I noticed, to go on to the next topic, I just want to hit every one of them quick. I noticed this evening there's a body camera in our courtroom. I've been asking the town why they're not wearing their body cameras repeatedly. I was assaulted 2 weeks ago by a Brick police officer. I had my camera on him. He knocked my camera out of my hand. So he denied me my First Amendment right to videotape a police officer in the course of his duty. He claimed it was a weapon. There are tasers that look like weapons. At no time during the stop did he check to see if this was an illegal weapon. If it was, that's a felony charge. I could have gone to jail. Are these cameras functional on the officers at this courtroom? That's a question.
Yes. Yeah, they're back up online. We had a problem with our server. I
Correct.
think you're aware of it, yeah. And the problem's resolved. We got the last part in, and they're all
Are the
up and
officers
working.
on the street wearing their cameras?
Yeah, they're all wearing them.
Okay, I saw 7 officers today. I didn't see anybody wearing body cameras. I'll turn my footage into the court tomorrow.
The ones that were here were for the promotion? 'Cause
Well,
they're not all on
no,
duty and stuff.
on the street. I saw officers walking around at Wawa, at Mike's Subs, and a couple other places, and none of them had body cameras on. Doesn't matter. I videotaped them. They didn't knock my phone out of my hand today. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Joanne here, fantastic. Everybody that I've been dealing with in the town, Jessica, they're all very helpful to me when I come here. Nobody is treating me any differently. Everybody's treating me with respect, and it's nice to have that. Your forum, Ducey Live, no other mayor has ever done that. No other mayor has ever been so open with his administration. I voted for you. I think you're a great guy. I may disagree with you, but I think that you're doing a great job here in Brick, and I thank the council as well. The information that you gave us on the marijuana bill, it is a horrible bill. If they don't allow us all to grow marijuana, I don't want the business of marijuana being in my town. The business of any business is the worst thing that ever happened to that. Look what they did to any product that becomes commercialized. In D.C. right now, my friends are working on making marijuana addictive. They're taking the terpenes out, and they're making those terpenes to the point where people can't live without them. That's sinister. Any business is always going to be geared towards money, 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 not the benefit of the people. God gave us marijuana. It is a great medicine. If my mother was allowed to use it, she wouldn't have suffered for 30 years with Tourette's syndrome, relying on alcohol and becoming an alcoholic her whole life, just sitting around doing nothing but drinking. She was destroyed with it. I smoked pot with her once in her life, and all the symptoms of Tourette's syndrome disappeared. Imagine if she could have just smoked a joint and enjoyed her life. Today I am on trial to, defend my right to have marijuana. I respect the bell. Enjoy your evening, everyone.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Mike Dumas, 400 Adamston Road. I just want to be brief about the lettuce thing that's going on. And I've been in supply chain and logistics for 19 years in various executive roles. The last two deals that I sold were a 5-year, $100 million, 750,000 square foot deal to Bed Bath & Beyond. The one prior to that was a 5-year, $45 million deal to Office Depot for a building in California that was 300,000 square feet. So to act as just a tiny bit of an expert witness, if you'll grant me that, and I don't expect any comment back, and I respect that. The idea that you'll greenfield a 17,000 square foot building to grow lettuce is making a mockery of our town. And the only idea in my head, and because I know the market, and nobody gets 17,000 square foot buildings anymore. Nobody gets 50,000 square foot buildings anymore. You drive down the turnpike, they're 1 million square feet, they're 1,400,000 square feet, they're 2 million square feet. And I'm not saying you need 2 million square feet to grow hemp, although it would be nice if that was your business. What I'm saying is the secondary market is flooded with buildings of that size. There's no reason for it unless, in my humble opinion, the idea was, let's say we're going to grow lettuce, and then we get the building up, and then we'll come back and say we're going to grow hemp. We got called ignorant again tonight. And the last time we got called ignorant, it was by an activist who told us if he held 2 plants up to us right next to each other, one was hemp, one was marijuana, I think it was the mayor, he said you'd be too ignorant to know which one was which. The person who's supposed to tell us that has a criminal record. That's who's going to tell us which one is the expert on the 2 plants. So to plant a seed for what's next, I'm hopeful. I think that they've jumped the shark this time. I think they've made they're trying to make a fool of our entire town. And it's going to be voted down, and it's going to be voted down unanimously. That's my hope on Thursday night. So what's next then becomes, if we're going to authorize lettuce, where I think it's going from that point. And if that's the case, we've had a lively debate tonight about property taxes on a 30 by 80 parcel of land, which is good if that develops revenue. What happens to a 6-acre parcel of property that's paying $15,000 a year if it gets zoned for agricultural use? And then what happens that happens 10 or 20 or 100 times in our town with increased security costs? It's a financial calamity. So in consideration in the future, I think, because of what I've learned through this whole process with, even if, I came to this, I don't really care if it goes in an industrial zone or whatever, but if it's not banned in the town outright, then it just becomes another matter of zoning, Board of Adjustment. You know, if it's allowed in the town, we're just going to go get it at another RR1 and another RR1, and then slippery slope, all of them are going to become that eventually, and all of Adamston Road will look like that, and I think it's one of the biggest zonings in Brick is RR1, right? And by nature of surrounding towns banning it, you risk creating a haven for it, right? So I think that as you consider this going forward, it's going to have to be an outright ban. It's going to have to include hemp, because who's going to enforce it? Who's going to go there and tell us that it's not marijuana, it's hemp and whatever? I don't think anybody does without, because again, getting back to the supply chain business, the supply comes from a distribution center. You can get whatever you need in Brick if it's grown in Jackson or if it's grown in somewhere else on the turnpike where nobody lives and nobody would be bothered by it. It's a regional operation to grow it. It's a local operation to sell it. Everybody can get it. That's not the issue. Nobody's trying to deprive anybody of anything. But the fact is that I think that it has to wind up being an outright ban, and it has to be considered quickly because, and this is again not my actions, but we've seen, if I came to build a deck, and I said to you, well, I'm going to build a 20 by 40 deck in my backyard, and then my understanding is you have to have drawings for that. Even if you do the drawings yourself, you have to submit a drawing. But could I call the town and say, no, I want to make it 18 by 36. No, I want to make it 25 by 50 now. Oh, forget that. I just want to make it a patio. That wouldn't be permitted for a deck. And my line of questioning earlier, I'm sure, was not very thickly veiled. There should be a higher standard for a marijuana or a hemp grow house or even a lettuce grow house than there is to sell corn on the cob for a couple of days at one of our festivals, right? This council, I believe, has done that job, and I think that I'm very satisfied by what you said, Mr. Starkey. But the Board of Adjustment hasn't, and this thing should have been gone a long time ago. Let's hope it is, so that we can all stop yelling at each other. It was nice the first part of the meeting, wasn't it, when we're recognizing kids instead of talking about the rights of people that are just a business, that just want to make a profit on it, right? And go back to that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, close public. I totally lost my notes now. There we go. Mrs. Bergen. Mrs. Bergen.
I'll just briefly mention, since it came up, that I did have a meeting with 3 residents in Evergreen Woods Friday, and we talked about working together to get some data to have a more compelling argument for the Turnpike Authority to hear our voices and with that request. So since it came up, I just wanted to give that update. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you. Sorry. I just wanted to talk about couple great things that are going on in town. Our farmers market is unbelievable. I don't know if everybody's gone to it, but this past Saturday was probably the most well-attended. It's 9 to 2 every Saturday at Windward Beach, and the vendors selection, different types of vendors, I should say, is unbelievable. I mean, there's dog biscuits that are homemade by kids, actually. There's woodwork. There's wine. There is, obviously some fruits and vegetables. There'll be more later. There's flowers. There's plants. There's guacamole. I always forget the guacamole. Fresh mozzarella, what they're making with their hands. They're doing everything. So check it out. It's like really, really great, and it's so well organized. The recreation staff really does a great job. And then we had a Memorial Day parade yesterday. It was phenomenal. I mean, that was the most well-attended Memorial Day parade that I can remember as well. I mean, there's so many people came out to salute the veterans who were there, the VFW, the American Legion, Little League teams, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, Daisies, the different clubs from town, the marching bands from each of the high schools were there, and the middle schools. So just an all-around great day. And then the ceremony after was it seemed like it was the most special one. And Bill Duffy of the VFW spoke, and he went through each of the stories of the 18. Everybody knows that we have outside of Windward Beach now the fallen heroes on the poles. And he gave a story about each one of those 18 men that lost their lives all the way from the Civil War up to the Iraqi freedom conflict, and each one of them gave their lives as veterans, during their time in whichever branch of the military they were in, which I thought was an unbelievable speech that he gave. I want to congratulate one of our employees, Ken Mathis. He is our Director of Public Works. A lot of people may know him when he used to be in charge of our parks, and then he took a step up to Director of Public Works, and he is being honored by the ARC on June 5th with one of their, what they call Catalyst Awards for Best Employer. So congratulations, Ken. It's very nice to be honored like that. And June 8th, for all the kids out there of teenage years, the township is holding a parking lot summer kickoff party for members of the Brick Youth Club, both high schools. If you go to St. Rose, you go to Monsieur Donovan, it doesn't matter as long as you're the teenage years. The event begins at 4 o'clock, and it features games, music, food. There's going to be a rock climbing wall, and it's free. I mean, there's going to be music, meaning bands. There's going to be high school bands that are playing. There's going to be food that is donated by businesses, and so it's going to be an all-around great event. June 8th, kickoff party, Saturday, starting at 4 o'clock. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Starkey? Madam Clerk?
Nothing, thank you.
Madam Secretary? Councilman Fosman?
Yes, thank you. Congratulations to all the police officers on their promotions. Congratulations to the Cedar Croft Clubhouse on their Historic Preservation Award. And congratulations to the April Students of the Month. Congratulations to the District Teacher of the Year, Kelly Sorbonne. And congratulations to Lake Riviera Middle School Veterans Memorial Middle School and St. Dominic's School National Junior Honor Society recipients. Yesterday's Memorial Day, I was honored to march in the Brick Township Parade in remembrance of all those who sacrificed their lives in serving our great country so that we can live in freedom, and thank you, veterans. Thank you all for attending and viewing our meetings, and see you in 2 weeks.
Councilwoman Dion?
Yes, thank you. I just want to let everybody know that on June 12th from 9:30 to 12:30 is our senior vendor fair taking place over at the VFW on Adamston Road. And they have different organizations there to help out seniors. They have Habitat for Humanity. They have people from the county health department. They have our Buy and Brick program here as a table. Our floodplain is there to check to make sure, see if you're in a flood zone. And it's really helpful. And again, that's the Senior Vendor Fair on June 12th from 9:30 to 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mumolo?
Thank you. Congratulations to all the students, the Teacher of the Year, our new officers, our promoted officers. Last week, I got invited by Save Barnegat Bay to take part with Rutgers in the DEP. I know we talked about mosquitoes tonight, but these are clinging jellyfish, which have been spotted in the area. And we were out for about 4 or 5 hours, and there were 5 boats out. And there's a website that people, if you're going to go into bays, you should look at this website. I'll read it off. It's njdep.maps.arcgis. We're going to try to get more information out, .com. These are small jellyfish that have been in the area, spotted a couple of years ago, and they're very potent sting. People that have gotten stung had to be hospitalized from these. They're going to also, Save Barnegat Bay is also going to be doing the sea nettles, which everybody goes to the bay sees a lot of jellyfish, but actually the sea nettles eat these jellyfish. So that's one good thing about the sea nettles. So they give a powerful sting. So people, if you're going to swim in the bay, you should be aware of where you're swimming. It's marked on the map of where these have been spotted and where the test went, and they're going to keep doing this all summer long. And that's it for me. I'm a jellyfish hunter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Halloran?
Thank you. I just want to congratulate all those new recruits and the police officers who have been promoted. I wish them a safe journey in their jobs. Certainly for the award winners of the Historic Preservation Award, the Students of the Month, Teacher of the Year, Kelly Sorbonne, and certainly all those National Junior Society recipients. They really go out, they're outstanding. They go above and beyond in their schoolwork, and you really have to, I'm glad we had the opportunity to finally recognize them this year. I also, as you can see from my head, I was at the parade, and I want to thank all those veterans who were, who are still with us and those who made the ultimate sacrifice for us. It was a nice ceremony, and we're all thankful for them. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Creighton.
I have nothing.
Thank you. I just have a couple brief things. I would like to congratulate everyone that was here, officers, students, Students of the Year. It was great to actually start the meeting and see the room full to capacity. Not that I'm not happy to see all of you on a regular basis, but nice to see the room full, and I appreciate everyone coming out. I was asked by the Garden Club to make an announcement. They will be having their 17th annual Secret Gardens of Brick Tour and Tea on Tuesday, July 9th. Tour 7 gardens of brick. Homeowners then return to the Cultural Arts Center for refreshments, music, vendors, gifts, raffle, and more. Tickets are $15 in advance and $20 on the day of the tour, and go on sale Saturday, June 1st at the following locations: Added Touch Florist on Cedar Bridge, Berry Fresh Farms on Brick Boulevard, Flower Bar on Chambersbridge Road, and Purple Iris Flower Shop on Route 88 in Point Pleasant, or call 732-920-8231. Our garden club is all volunteer. This is their one big fundraiser a year, and all the money that they fundraise goes back into beautifying properties all around Brick Township. I think we've all had the occasion to be on the tour at one point or another. It really is a lovely day if the weather holds, and I'd encourage everyone to participate. And then I just wanted to mention one other quick thing. The ordinance we introduced tonight about the one-way street in Eagle Point, that what I had said during the explanation that it came about as a resident complaint, it was actually something that was brought to our attention as the result of a neighborhood watch meeting. It was a neighborhood watch meeting about a year and a half ago in Eagle Point, and one of the residents spoke to me after the meeting and asked about getting the stop sign. So I just wanted to mention that about the neighborhood watch. If you get one of these cards in the mail, there should be a sticker on it that says the date and time of the neighborhood watch meeting for your area. You don't have to go to a meeting to join. There's actually information on the card, and it's also on the township website about joining Neighborhood Watch. But I want you to know that it's not just about, obviously the point of Neighborhood Watch is to develop an extra set of eyes and ears for the police department in helping to deter crime in our neighborhood. But there's also a lot of things that come up during those Neighborhood Watch meetings that are quality of life, like traffic issues. And we would never have known about this issue in Eagle Point if a resident hadn't felt compelled to bring it to our attention at Neighborhood Watch. So whether or not you want to be looking out your window and calling the police with tips, or whether you just want to get more connected to your neighbors and find out about ways to make your overall environment better livable and healthy, I would encourage anyone to sign up for our Neighborhood Watch. And that's all I have this evening. Our next meeting will be right here on Tuesday, June 11th at 7 p.m. May I have a motion to adjourn? Yes. All in favor? Yes. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Get home safely.